Dire's courier is with us no more. Dire's courier has been slain. Dire's courier has been slain. A tactical victory.
Hello, people. Welcome to Game 2 in a best of 3 series between Cully and who's the second game? Just a second. Alright, Cully and Grin Esports. It seems at this point in time, who is in the lead? Okay, it is Grin who is in the lead at the moment, and we are watching game number 2. Let's see. So in the mid lane, we have Invoker against Going Flow on his Tiny. And in the top lane, it's going to be Troll Warlord paired with Vengeful Spirit going against Pudge and Wind Ranger, who is the off laner, and Pudge is the support. In case if we are getting it other way around, but Vench is going to be a good support for Troll. Can stop kind of aggression coming out from the side of any aggression coming out from the side of
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid. The
yeah,
Dire
Grin
Alliance
Esports.
has grown thick.
So at the bottom lane we have a Swed paired with Swed was paired up with another hero, which is a Daig, who is not in the area. However, an attempt onto Sven. As they were looking at it, he was alone in the lane, but eventually it's not going to result in any kills for both of the teams.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright. An attempt being made onto the Sven again, but he's kind of happily farming below his tower, so it should be pretty okay. In terms of the laning, we are 5 minutes into the game, just a slight 1000 net worth advantage for Grin Esports. And let's see if Kali are able to, in fact, a successful hook coming out from Pudge. They should be able to get a kill on the Invoker. However, Tiny and Tiny goes down as well to support Pudge. So a nice bit of rotation coming out from both the teams. However, it is going to be Kali who are going to be more happier with the result there, since Tiny was able to grab some experience onto the Invoker before he gave his life away to Pudge. it is going to be the 6-minute route for which a little bit of fight will be happening. In fact, the route is going to spawn on the other side of the river. Spirit Breaker tried to kind of secure the rune for his Tiny, which he eventually does because Tiny is able to grab onto. What rune did he get in the top lane? Let's see. Let's see. What the hell? Oh, okay. Okay. It's Pudge who was able to get the invisibility rune for himself and has rotated towards the top of the map. Wherein Wind Ranger trying to do as much damage as possible, a successful hook onto Troll Warlord, bringing him closer to his death. In the meantime, Sven ends up giving his life away in the bottom lane. So nice turn of events for the side of Kalei, who were able to grab a couple of kills for themselves with the rotations they made. In fact, there were no rotations. It's just the heroes who were kind of battling it out with each other. Right, an attempt being made by. I think Troll is definitely dead. Tombstone was also committed, so they will have enough magical damage and kind of zombies chasing after him. They would be able to successfully get a kill on Troll as well. Undying would be very happy with what he was able to achieve, bringing down position 1 from the side of Kalei. That's impressive, so that should give him a little more confidence going into the lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
A nice bit of vision set up. In fact, it is going to be Swed who has been got upon, but Pudge is there nearby in order to save his Swed and kind of pull him out of danger. And there is no further commitment coming out from Kalei for the progressions. Right. Okay, so well, it is Wedge who is going to die as and well, Pudge does have a hook available, so should be no, does not have a hook available, but they have enough slows, and he is being supported by Invoker, who successfully comes and grabs the kill for himself. But Pudge would not be too sad about it since he was able to get a stack in flesh heap, giving him that extra bit of strength. 3.3 strength gain as of now. Looks good. Yes, they would be able to get a hook onto the Tiny, who will be in a lot of hurt coming out from Pudge and Invoker. And in fact, it is the Invoker who is going to be on a killing spree in the mid lane now. Tiny is not a hero who kind of plays for playing from behind, but it is what it is, right? Wind Ranger a little low on mana, but a successful shackle shot coming out from Wind Ranger is able to stop any advancements coming out from the side of Troll Warlord.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. No gale can snuff the flames.
Tidy back in the mid lane is going for what item next? Tidy is going for well, what the hell? Tidy is going for a Blink Dagger probably. Does have his boots completed along with Soul Rig and is going for Blink. In fact, it is in the bottom lane where Invoker is dominating and is able to get a kill onto Spirit Breaker. It's a Spirit Breaker. It's pretty okay for the side of Kali. They would not mind that too much, as long as their Troll is living. In fact, an attempt is going to come onto Troll Warlord, who is trying to scurry away from this Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger searches in the wrong direction, so this should be the end of top tier 1 tower from Kali, since there are multiple heroes who have rotated. In fact, there is a successful hook onto Spirit Breaker from Pudge, but did have his Dismember available, but really not keen on using it at the moment. So would just let Spirit Breaker live his life. Tiny is a little far away from his Blink Dagger, so that is when I think most of the aggression from Tiny actually starts. But before the Blink Dagger, he's just going to be running around and trying to get whatever kills he can. In fact, it's just a stack which he's trying to clear at the moment. and Wind Ranger is happily taking down the top tier 1 tower for their side. So it's a solo Wind Ranger who's bringing down the tower. Should be able to successfully do so. Not a lot of HP left in the tower. It's just 105, so 3 hits. 1, 2, and 3. It's gone. Perfecto. In the mid lane, the tower still stands for both Radiant and Dire, but Invoker, if Invoker wants to do anything about it, he should be able to bring this tower down. Does have a catapult in the area. Let's see how much damage is he willing to take from the tower. In fact, Fortify was committed by Kali in order to save their tier 1 tower, which they would be able to successfully do so. In terms of the light up, I really like the light up coming out from Kali. It's just a matter of execution, really. If they are able to execute the fights properly, they should be able to, uh, kind of provide a challenge um, in this contest. Right. So itemization at the moment is well. Let's go ahead and first see a kill onto. No, it's in fact not going to be a kill on Darkseer. Vengeful Spirit successfully comes in, has hit level 6 and able to successfully get a swap onto the Darkseer. In fact, it is going to be Spiritbreaker who was charging on to Invoker, but the wall successfully stopping his charge. In fact, it is going to be the Sven who goes down for the side of Kali, which it's actually a very bad sign for them. They are not supposed to lose their position 1 carry in that fashion for sure. However, who got the kill on Sven? In fact, it is Tiny who got the kill on Sven, so should be happy with the gold he would have received. Inches him closer towards his Blink Dagger, which is the enabling item for Tiny, I suppose. Just go in, use your skills, kill off a hero. So that's what I think Tiny is going to aim for in this particular match. Right. A little bit of more aggression onto Pudge is not able to get a successful hook on Vengeful Spirit. Spiritbreaker was charging, but it just stops his charge in order to get away from danger. In fact, Vengeful Spirit is the hero who would be giving away her life in the mid lane, and the tier 1 tower should be going down pretty fast if, well, in case if they really want to push it. In fact, they are able to push it. Spiritbreaker could be in a lot of trouble because of the successful hit, well, hook coming out from Pudge, and this Pudge really has a good hook rate in the smash though. I think he has missed a couple of them, but most of the hooks I've seen are actually connecting. So a bit of vision for Pudge as well. Should be very comfortable in this area, just taking over the jungle area, so Troll Warlord cannot farm there and has to move to other parts of the map in order to get his farm up. Undying is just doing some stacking. Let's see if he's able to get both the stacks. 1 stack done. Let's say are the stacks going to... Yeah, good stacking, dude. So he was able to get a good stack on it. Sven is going to TP down to his ancient area, use his God's strength and clear off the map. Well, clear off the ancients in a hurry. Right. Wind Ranger could be in a little bit of trouble. There are multiple heroes from the Dire side rotating on the jungle, but since they did not have the vision of any heroes, just going to walk away. In fact, Pudge is the hero who gets a successful connection onto the Vengeful Spirit. So this fight is going to be, what, 3 versus 3. Tiny does not want to have anything further to do in the engagement since the Tombstone was committed on the high ground by Undying. So I think it is going to be better for Kali in order to just back away from the engagement and not fight there, because that would have ended up giving a lot of gold away to the Radiant team. Right, so Blink Dagger is completed on Tiny. As we see, the element of surprise is not there anymore since he was in vision in the jungle area for quite some moments. Okay, let's see if they're able to get a successful kill onto any hero by using the smoke. In fact, it is going to be the Wind Ranger. They did see the shackle shot coming through, and Darkseer, who has been... No, he has not been seen by Invoker. In fact, they are able to get a kill successfully onto Wind Ranger. There is the wall committed by Darkseer. Let's see how much they are able to get in this engagement. Well, Undying does not have his tombstone as of now. Does have his flesh heap available, flesh golem available. They are doing a lot of damage onto the radiant heroes. In fact, I think they would be able to get all the three kills who were kind of hovering around in their jungle. So great moves coming out from Kali. They were able to clear out their jungle area, get three good kills, and they were kind of able to stop the bleeding which was coming out from the side of Radiant. Okay. Grin Esports doing a really good job. At the moment, they are. Oh, the successful shackle coming out from Wind Ranger. They are able to get a kill onto Spirit Breaker. And Tiny and Darksphere are just able to walk away from the engagement. There is a toss coming out from Tiny to save his Darksphere. In fact, I think it's going to be the Vengeful Spirit, eventually, who was nowhere near in the starting of the fight, ending up paying her life in order to save her cores. So yeah, really good movements coming out from Vengeful Spirit, at least saving both of her cores, who are able to walk away from the engagement without giving their life away. And it's a Venge, right? It doesn't really matter if the Venge dies one or two times, saving the cores. In fact, Spirit Breaker has come in, but Budge was able to get well, Pudge was able to get his hands on to the Spirit Breaker, who was alive for a very long period of time, but eventually the side of Kali are able to walk away from the aggression coming out from Gren Esports. Okay, so Radiant, Gren Esports are kind of determined to kind of stay in the Radiant or in the Dire jungle area, wherein Troll Warlord does have his Battle Fury completed, is going for SNY next, and is kind of happily farming away in Radiant jungle, so has really nothing to do with his side of the map at the moment, wherein we see similarly Sven is kind of hanging around in this ancient area and getting as much as farm as he can. On Sven, we have Sanjin Yasha. So both the core heroes are going for SNY as the choice of item. Eventually, I think Sven will have to go for a BKB to fight against Troll Waller. That is imperative. A successful hook coming on to Tiny, who should not belong to this world. It is a four-man rotation, and I think Tiny was really deep there to be doing anything. In fact, I think he was just trying to get a kill on some of any squishy hero. But apparently, other than the Wind Ranger, there is no hero who's kind of squishy on the side of Green Esports. They are up with the 6,000 net worth advantage in their favor. So their movements are kind of working out for them at the moment. Alrighty, so what is our Spirit Breaker up to? Spirit Breaker has his phase boots completed, is going for Silver, not Silver Edge, it's the Invisibility Sword. What the hell is the name of it? Right on. The name of the sword is Shadowblade, yeah. I just keep forgetting the names for some reason. There are a couple of tier 2 tokens available for grabs on the Dire side, but they are still hanging around, in their base at the moment. But eventually, I think they would get there. I think Philly Stone on a couple of these heroes sounds really great. In fact, in the side of Grin, they really want to take down Roshan. We are 19 minutes into the game, and the Roshan dies at 1933. Let's see how many tier 2 towers Grin are able to bring down. There is a tier 3 tower standing in the bot lane as well, which Troll has been patrolling for the longest of periods. Okay, so let's see what kind of aggression Grin are able to bring into this game number 2. If they are able to finish it off or not would be the question. Okay, so Troll actually had to commit his ultimate in order to finish off the Tormentor. Feeling really safe, understanding that no Radiant heroes are near him, and a fight is not going to take place for another 68 seconds. So not the longest of cooldowns, which Troll has to worry about. It should be up in another minute, so he would be ready to fight. After that, how far is he from BKB? Okay, he's not going for a BKB. In fact, he's going into SNY and then to an Aghanim Scepter directly. Well, Aghanim Scepter is something which provides him with a lot of sustain, a debuff, and he can kind of dispel the enemy heroes as well. So Sven using his Warcry can be dispelled. I'm not sure if God's Strength can be dispelled though. Can it be?
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid. Dire structures are fortified. Doom is on the wing.
So it cannot be dispelled basically. Warcry can be dispelled, so that's where I think Sven, well, Troll Warlord can use his ranged axes in order to dispel that buff. In fact, it is a great skill against Wind Ranger as well, wherein yes, Windrun can be dispelled as well. So couple of good spells which can be dispelled. Um, Ghost Walk, can Ghost Walk be now? Ghost Walk cannot be dispelled, of course. Right. In the meantime, Spirit Breaker just trying to push out the waves as going to give his life away to the Wind Ranger. And in fact, it is going to be the Darkseer who would eventually end up paying with his life. I don't think he has enough legs to survive. Invoker coming out and using his I don't know what is that skill. I'm not an Invoker player, but he was able to use that stun or whatever the stun is from Invoker and stop Darkseer from just steeping out in front of two Radiant heroes. Uh, we have the net worth advantage is still at 6,000. I think most probably Grin did not want to give away the Aegis of Immortal in the hands of Troll. That's the reason they took it, because we have not seen any major push coming out from their side as yet. Let's see if they are wanting to push out this mid lane tower, tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Right, so yes, they do have Aegis of Immortal in their hands for another minute and 30 seconds, so they should be able to bring down this tower at least. In fact, Kali really want to make a fight out of it. A great hook coming out from Pudge. They are able to successfully save him. Even after the toss was committed onto him, Tombstone already committed by Undying, and in fact it is going to be Sven who loses his life first in the engagement. Does have Aegis of Immortal. Troll Warlord is able to use his ultimate and finish out two heroes from the side of Grin. So an attempt definitely gone wrong for the side of Grin Esports, and now they really have to make a run from it. Troll Warlord is on his back, would be able to bring down the tier 1 tower by himself in case if he chooses to do so. In fact, he does not choose to do so and kind of walking back away from the tower. So great events coming out for the side of Gren. They are able to successfully defend their tier 2 tower, get a kill, get the Aegis of Immortal kill on the Sven, and were able to finish off the off lane of Wind Ranger and the support Pudge in that attempt. So they should be really happy with what they were able to achieve with that kind of a play. Kind of halting the aggression coming out of from Grin Esports. Right, so we have a pause here by Spirit Breaker. Yep, he just needed a second, but he is good to go now.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alrighty. The kill score is 20 to 12 at the moment, but I think Kali would be really happy with the match where it is at currently, because they're only at a 4,000 net worth advantage with their troll wallet farming away to glory with his battle fury. Will have his Aghanim Scepter completed in another in 1200 gold and is going for Satanic as next choice of item. That's where the game is going to get tricky for Grin Esports, wherein in case if Troll is able to find his farm, he can be a really difficult hero to deal with. But what is going to happen is something we are waiting to see. Um, Pretty excited to see this matchup between Troll and Sven, and I'm pretty sure Troll wins this matchup day in and day out. Is what I feel. It's not an easy matchup for Sven by any means. Sven has to have that right kind of initiation so that he can finish Troll Warlord in an instant. But in case if Troll is led to use his ultimate Battle Trance in the middle of the fight, he should be able to survive for a very long period of time. And with Tiny behind him, supporting him as a damage dealer, that would be a really good fight to see. In the meantime, our dear old Spirit Breaker, it wants to do nothing but pushing out the waves. Is queuing up his Black King Bar as his next choice of item. Has dropped the choice of Silver Edge or Shadow Blade rather. That was the item he was going for, but now has clearly gone into his BKB as his next choice of item, which he would be getting. Not a bad item, I suppose, on a Spirit Breaker. Can come in really handy while you want to do the damage. Troll does have his BKB, his Aghanim Scepter completed, so he does have an instant debuff, which is going to help him against, Invoker, a lot of things actually. So, well, against an Invoker, you really require some sort of debuff in order to play against him, or a Dispel or Magic Immunity. Otherwise, Invoker just makes it impossible to play the game. Right, so Pudge is a hero who breaks the smoke out on Vengeful Spirit, is not able to get a successful hook, which is a rarity because we have seen him getting hooks left and right in the game, and it is pretty apparent with the kill score of 20 to 12 in favor of Grin. That Pudge has had a really good early game. Now let's see how much he's able to do in the mid game. Would be the most interesting part, if he's able to get the hooks or not. If he's able to get the hooks, it's great for his team, but if he's not getting the hooks, he's just a big old piece of meat who does not have enough HP and magic resistance to survive, or even the physical resistance to survive the onslaught which could come out from Troll and Tiny. I think they see the Spirit Breaker on the side of Grid. They should be able to get a successful kill out to him, but I think it's beneficial for them to get a kill. But I think Kali would be really happy in case if it is Spirit Breaker who goes down and not the Tiny. Okay, in terms of levels, we have Troll at level 18, whereas Sven, let's go ahead and check the hero levels. 20 Sven, 18 Troll, 17 Wind Ranger, 16 Tiny. And it's a support wherein the Radiant supports are going to be more happier than the Dire supports. But it's still very close. All of the heroes have hit level 12. Important level 18s, I think Troll and Sven. Wind Ranger's level 18 is kind of meh, but it is a level 18, right? You just get an extra bit of damage to work with, so that's always handy. Okay, Roshan is not up, but I think there would be a lot of vision which would be put into the area by Kali, who should be able to get the Aegis of Immortal without too much interference coming out from Grin Esports, but that is something which we need to watch. And we need to wait and watch, really.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more. Dire's bottom
Okay, so it is going to be the Lonely Undying who loses his life first in the engagement. Sven, looking at there are 5 heroes from the side of Kali, does not really want to have any further engagement in this fight. In fact, he has popped out his ooh, that's a lucky crit coming onto Troll Warlord, and they are able to finish off the hero without him even using his BKB. In fact, it is going to be a buyback committed by Troll Warlord, who would be rejoining the fight very soon. Tiny could be in a lot of trouble, has used his BKB, so should be able to survive for a little bit more time. Buyback committed by Troll Warlord and the Vengeful Spirit. Troll Warlord has bought his way back into the game, is trying to finish as many heroes as he can. The first hero of it, in fact, oh, that just sucks, bro. Fuck. So Troll Warlord, there's a dieback from him. He did not have a BKB. Did have his Aghanim Scepter. Is controlled by Pudge. I think he should get a Lincoln as well, but I don't think that's going to help him, finish the job. But a big setback coming out for the side of Kali. That move definitely did not work in their favor, and they might end up losing at least one set of racks for that attempt made by Troll Warlord. They would have gone for ages in case if Troll would not have gone back, and he would have, stayed alive and then lived to fight another day. But with his dieback, he just falls so behind Sven, and now he's even behind the Wind Ranger. So that really sucks for Troll Warlord as a hero. Right. So not great signs for the side of Kali. They have 3 heroes out of the top 4 in the top of net worth. Yeah, they have the top 3 net worth are from side of Grin Esports, followed by, and we look at the net worth difference between Kali and between the Troll and Sven, which is clearly what, about 7,500. Yeah, that's not a good sign. What item was Sven able to complete with that? He's able to complete a Bloodthorn as well. Life is just getting bad, worse and worse. For Grin Esports, they would end up losing their offlaner as well by the assault coming out from Pudge and Wind Ranger. Spiritbreaker did have a sight set on Wind, but again, looking at Pudge in the nearby area, and him having no support in terms of damage, just gives up on the plan and does not want to continue the chase. So all looks good for Kali at the moment. I'm sorry, for Grin Esports at the moment. They do have Aegis of Immortal in the hands of Sven, so he should be feeling really comfortable. What item is Troll? He's eventually going for a BKB. He should have gotten a BKB first. In fact, it is going to be the Vengeful Spirit, who just felt like a hero there. Died faster than this. What is this creep's name? I think Venge died faster than the Ogre Bruiser. Sven does not really want to take his foot off the pedal in terms of demolishing Kali's base. They have already lost one set of racks to begin, and in fact, they are losing kills left and right. So things getting from bad to worse for Kali, wherein they were in the game till at about 30 minutes into the game, and just one bad fight near Roshan is just making the map look impossible for them at the moment. There is an attempt onto Tiny by the Wind Ranger, but does not have enough damage in order to finish off the hero. So that's that to it. Tiny does survive, but the racks don't have an option of being tanky. They do have Fortify available with them, but that Fortify is only going to last for 5 seconds. And soon after, they are going to lose their second set of racks in the favor of Grin Esports. Racks number 3 is on the list. for Green Esports. Let's see if they are able to finish off the tower, or there is going to be a defensive attempt coming out from the side of Kali. First attempt being made by Spirit Breaker. In fact, instead of the Spirit Breaker, the hook connected onto the Vengeful Spirit. Meatball thrown out by Invoker, doing a little bit of damage onto the Tiny, who is BKB'd up. But this Tombstone is causing a lot of problems for the side of Kali. And now it is the damage which is going to come out from the rest of the heroes, and Sven has kind of joined in the fight, trying to do as much damage as he can. In fact, is able to kill off the Troll Warlord first. The next online is going to be Dark Seer. Vengeful Spirit was the first hero to fall, and now they are left with 2 versus 5. In fact, we are left with 1 versus 5, where Tiny could be in a little bit of trouble. Does have hook available in 1 second. Let's see if he's able to get a successful connection. No, he's not able to get a successful connection onto Tiny. He's able to blink away from the vicinity, but he would eventually die. GG has already been called. Let's see if the GG, if the base is destroyed. Tiny and the base no, Tiny did not die. So, but the base goes down. Ancient did not have the tank ability of Tiny, unfortunately. So it is going to be Gren Esports who take game number 2 in their favor. A good series, a good match. I think Gren did a really good job kind of hanging in there for the longest of time, but again, Kali, I think they were too good on the map. So they have closed out the series with 2-0 on Kali. The next series is going to be Gods of Hell versus Infinity. Yesterday I did see a match of Gods of Hell. It was against Hokori, and it just did not go too well for them. Hokori was able to clean out the series 2-0. So this is a new day. Again, it's beginning of a new series, and it would be really interesting to see how Gods of Hell can fare against Infinity. So the second series of the day is going to be Gods of Hell versus Infinity, which is going to start in about 54 minutes from now. So I'm going to go ahead, have my dinner, and I will be back with you guys when the series starts between Gods of Hell and Infinity. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, people. Do leave a like, subscribe to the channel. We have a lot more Dota coming out throughout the day, wherein we will be watching Infinity versus Gods of Hell first, and after that the last series of the day is going to be South Team versus Lava. Now South Team, and let's see, the record for South Team has been pretty okay. They have played 1 series. No, technically, they have only played 1 series so far in the tournament, which they won convincingly against randoms. And this is going to be the second series. In terms of Gods of Hell, they did not have a good outing. Day before yesterday, they were able to get 1 game out of Kali, who is not the best teams. To be honest, it's not one of the best teams of the tournament. So yeah, they did lose to Kali as well. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very one-sided series from Infinity, but that's something we'll have to wait and watch. Alright, so we'll be meeting you people once that series starts. In the meantime, enjoy the music. See you soon, guys.
seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team, radiant team pick. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team pick. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Beastmaster. seconds left.
Hello, people. Welcome to game number three in a best of three series against in between Kali and Grin Esports. So at least, yeah, we are finally getting a best of three series, which we would be able to watch. Really excited to see what this match brings to the table, since the series is standing at 1-1. Um, in moving into the troll, Kali did have a great hero in terms of Troll Warlord the last game, which he was no, well, Troll lost. In fact, it was Grin Esports who kind of leveled out the series in the last game, and it was Kali who took game number one. Kali did not have successful Troll Warlord in game number two, but it would be really interesting to see what changes they're willing to make to their draft to bring this Troll Warlord alive and win this game for them. That would be really interesting to see and fun to watch.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Choose your hero.
Alright, so drafting phase has successfully completed. In terms of heroes, we have Tiny mid laner, Flo. Chan would be on Grinstroke, Arcana would be on Doom, Dark Black on Troll Warlord, and Smoker on Rubik. On Grin Esports, we are going to see Milky on Vengeful Spirit. So that's going to be okay. Well, Milky's a support, yeah. Move would be on Beastmaster position 3, RCY on KOTL, which is Keeper of the Light. Morphling is going to go for Depression, and Nevermore would be. No. It would be Albino Zebra 1 on Undying.
You have 5 seconds left.
Alright, and Sneaky is going to be Morphling, so it's going to be a mid Venge against a mid Tiny. That's going to be really interesting. If Tiny is able to get to a good start, he could prove to be really handful, and it would be really interesting to see how how this match actually progresses. Because I think both these teams have a good draft. Somehow I favor Grin Esports, dude. Basically, that's my understanding of this draft by just the looks of draft audit, not counting any individual skill levels, and just assuming all these heroes play to the best of their potential. And I think the draft goes in the favor of Grin. I seriously believe in Morphling against Troll Warlord. He can be a handful. Is a slippery hero, but in case if Troll is a, I just don't think the item choices. He just had to buy too many items in a very short space of time in order to be effective, and then the dieback near Roshan's pit just did not look good. It looked like a rage buyback. It wasn't, but just looked like a rage buyback, which eventually led him to dying 2 times in succession, and then Sven just getting too far ahead of the match meant that okay, the series is going to go 1-1. Now, moving on into game number 3, our big smoke breaks on to Undying, who should be no. In fact, a lot of damage being done onto the Troll Warlord, who ends up taking a tumble. In fact, Doom and Rubik are going to be the next 2 heroes to fall. This is all without Undying using his. Well, he did not have a tombstone, but yeah, his ceaseless dirge, as it says, will go into cooldown for the next 7 minutes, I suppose, just because he just instantly respawns in the fountain. So yeah, it's a what 480-second cooldown. That's a big ass cooldown. But he did have. It's not an Aegis of Immortal. He does his skill does go to the favor of Kali, but to the favor of in case. Oh, okay, yeah. So it doesn't show a kill count though. Why is that? Is what I'm not understanding. Okay, I really am missing something here for sure, but we will soon find out where the skill is. I'll just try and go and try it in my pubs, maybe after the series ends. Right, in terms of the laning phase, what do we have here? We have a core vengeful spirit, that's position 1, which is paired along with Underlord, and against them it's going to be Doom and Rubik. Um, this lane could go in the favor of Grin Esports, I believe, because Venge is since she has been kind of reworked, has been doing good in the core lane. What is the first that she got? Vengeful Spirit range attacks behave as they were melee attacks. Yeah, that's one. Whenever an enemy hero kills Vengeful Spirit, they get a debuff until their next death, causing Vengeful Spirit to deal 10% bonus damage to them. So yeah, any heroes who deal damage to Vengeful Spirit are going to be dealt more damage coming out of this hero. It's just that the itemization for this hero is not towards there is the Battle Fury build, which we see in pubs, but that's realistically, I've never seen that build in a professional game. It would be very interesting to see on what sort of items Vengeful Spirit goes in this game. In the meantime, we are seeing a Tiny go up against Kodal, who is kind of stacking his jungle at the moment. But in terms of last hits, I think Tiny and Kotal are doing pretty much even. Doom, in exchange, has taken a lot of damage coming out from Venge, since it is a level 2 Venge and does a shit ton of damage in the combination of Wave of Terror and Magic Missile. So these two skills in combination, when used, can do a lot of damage. Let's see how much time, how many skill points Venge wants to spend before leveling up the Vengeance Aura. That would be really interesting to see. Okay. Um, Talking about the bottom lane, it's going to be it's a support morph lane. What the fuck? Okay, that's where I was confused, I think. So Sneaky is on a support morphling. I don't know if he's going to go as he's not definitely not going as a core. Does have a magic wand in his inventory to have himself some sustain, but I think the well, it's the swap between Venge and Morph which had happened for Gren Esports. I just feel that this draft is too wonky, dude. I really have to think that this draft just really seems very wonky to me. In fact, a lot of damage being done onto the Beastmaster, wherein they are able to get a kill onto him, the offlaner. Sneaky doing as much damage as he can. Does not really have too much damage to work with, since is majorly on strength gain attribute shift. Should be going back to the lane, kind of what, using couple of tangos. I'm not sure what is he? No. There is no salve coming out from Beastmaster towards the support Morphling. In fact, it's going to be Doom who could be in a little bit of trouble against the Vengeful Spirit. In fact, is able to do very well and get a kill for themselves. So, a nice bit of movement coming out of Gren, wherein they do have about 4 kills on the scoreboard at the moment for themselves, and they have a 2000 net worth advantage when itself. If you calculate 4 minutes into the game, they're gaining 500 more gold every minute. That's pretty significant in the long run, to be honest. It's not a small amount by any means. Just imagine getting at level 1, 2, 3, you're getting 500 golds additional as a team per minute. That's big shit. Okay, so uh, in terms of last hits, Kotal has really kind of taken over the mid lane. I think there has to be a lot of neutral creeps involved in those 37 last hits which Kotal has. Because Tiny is not a muck himself when it comes to last hitting on creeps. So he would eventually get his last hits and denies as he pleases, and Mojoli comes out on top. First item for him is going to be the boot. No bottle on Tiny. In fact, Kotal as a hero does not have any bottle. Does have enough shadows available, so he is level 6. I think he most probably would be rotating after the 6-minute mark, and he would ideally like to complete his Spirit Vessel, which is impossible technically. But nonetheless, does have a solve to work with. We are going to... Okay. Kotal is moving towards the bottom. They really want to get a kill on this troll warlord, preferably. If they are not, at least get themselves Grimstroke. A lot of aggression being showed just because they have Kotal in the area as well and kind of scouting out where the heroes are. Kali have kind of realized that there are multiple heroes in the vicinity, and Troll is just going to go ahead and step back into their own jungle. Does have his phase boots completed. There is a Kotal nearby who is not able to get vision of the Troll Warlord, is going to successfully TP back to the mid lane. In fact, there is a rotation onto the Tiny, wherein the Tombstone was committed, but Rubik is successfully able to get 125 gold for himself. Solar Bind being committed onto the Rubik, wherein Sneaky on the Morphling helps his Kotal get a kill onto the support Rubik. And yes, I'm not kidding, it is a support Morphling which we are looking at currently. Alright, so the Beastmaster does end up going down in the hands of Troll Warlords, as there was so many heroes from Gren rotating out in the middle lane. But in fact, they're able to get a kill onto the Tiny now as well. So great bit of movement coming out of Gren. Still, the net worth advantage is 2k, but yeah, Doom is really not doing well himself. He's at what, 2600 gold in compared to his counterpart, which is Beastmaster at 3200. Movement being made by Kali onto the Doom. They have to realize that there is a Rubik nearby, so no further movement would be made. In the meantime, Vengeful Spirit is level 6, does have power threats completed. The next item of choice is going to be the thing that hits twice. I think it's damn it. Anywho's, right, a bit of movement onto the Morphling, who does not really have too much damage to work with. Is basically just go ahead and hit with this waveform would be his objectives in the contest, and stay alive and annoying as much as he can. But they are able to get a kill onto the support Morphling on the side of Kali, so bringing the scoreboard a little closer. 8 minutes into the game, we have a slight 2000 net worth advantage. Nothing much separating the two teams, really. It is majorly, how would I put it? Kodal is doing very well for himself. Tiny is right at the bottom of the course. In fact, Rubik does lose his life in the mid lane to Kodal, wherein does have 2 charges in Spirit Vessel. So Grin have had a really good laning phase. It is totally going to depend how they go ahead and take this momentum into the mid game. Right, tier 1 tower being, they are trying their best in order to bring down the tower, but Kodal doing damage to the tier 1 tower just does not look that pretty, and he just has an Undying near him. Eventually, when they bring Beastmaster into the picture, their push kind of completely changes. So let's see how exactly they're able to transcend into it. Right. It seems Venge is going to be the receiver of the gang coming out of Kali, who was farming pretty well for herself, I should say, is keeping neck to neck with the Koodle by the looks of it. So a great kill coming out from Kali. They are kind of delaying that mid push, which might be coming their way in the next 5 minutes or so. Right. Well, Kodal is still kind of working on the mid lane. Let's see how much time he takes in order to get the tower down. In fact, much before he takes the tier 1 tower down on the side of Kali, they are able to bring the bottom tier 1 tower. Net worth advantage not really changing in the last couple of minutes. It is still 2,000 in the favor of Kali. In favor of Green Esports, excuse me. Okay. No big items have been purchased as yet. 10 minutes into the game. We are going to look at a Battle Fury for Troll Warlord. What does Venge? Venge is going for 8. In fact, we are looking at a fight in the mid lane wherein Grimstroke loses his life. There is an attempt made on to Sneaky, but that attempt does not have enough legs in it. In fact, Doom does have Doom available, so in case if he is able to get vision of Kodal, he should be able to use the Doom on the Kodal, which he successfully does. In fact, it's going to be the Morphling who goes down first in the engagement, but they don't have enough legs, courtesy of the Tombstone being committed by Undying, which was able to save them their life on the Kodal. In fact, it could be Grimstroke is back into the picture, is able to get section of stun onto the Kodal and the Beastmaster. So really good movement coming out of Kali. And I should say it's not movement out of Kali. In fact, it is overextension or over aggression coming out from Green Esports, which eventually cost them their life onto their two most farmed cores on the map. As a result of it, Troll Warlord does climb to the top of the network chart, does get a lot of gold for it in exchange. In terms of fight, the hero who did most damage in that fight was Doom, closely followed by Ryobek, as expected, and then the other heroes. The least damage done by Grimstroke, but the skill uses, I think the MVP of that fight should be definitely Grimstroke. In fact, we might see a kill onto Sneaky on the Morphling, but does not happen. He's just able to switch over to strength attribute and able to successfully kind of walk away. In terms of itemization, no major items for him. It is basically going to be Il Subta. Let's see what he manages to do with Ils in his inventory as a support. That would be really interesting to see. Alright, so 13 minutes into the game, 3,000 net worth advantage in favor of Gren Esports, who are really doing well in this game. With the wonky draft they have with support Morphling, who is kind of not making moves on the map and is wanting to farm. In fact, to complete his ults, I'm not exactly sure how much that helps him or what his build is going to be. Because to be honest, I'm seeing a support Morphling for the first time in my life of 10 years of, I don't know, 12 years of playing Dota. Okay, so Undying goes down in his own jungle, wherein a movement from Tiny, Rubik, and Grimstroke brings about his downfall. But that's okay, it's just a support dying by big 3-man gang from Kali's side. So I'm pretty sure Undying is not going to be very sad with that death for sure. All right, so are they going to assault rush, or are they just going to use the twin gate in order to get to the other side of the map? And in fact, it's going to be a movement through twin gate. There is a vengeful spirit who is kind of hanging around in the area, but the Radiant don't have the vision for the vengeful spirit and is going to successfully walk away, in my opinion. In fact, there is a two-man rotation coming out from Troll and Grimstroke in the locality as well. But yeah, not able to get a successful connection onto any of the Gren Esport heroes. So that kind of sucks. A big movement, a big investment of time coming out from Kali, not resulting to anything. Um, it is 15 minutes, 4,000 slight net worth advantage for Green Esports, but that's completely okay. Big items have come out in this match in the recent minutes. It is an Echo Saber onto the Vengeful Spirit, who would be doing a lot of damage on single target heroes. We have an Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster, which is a great item to have. Most of the Beastmasters are progressing towards it. Blink Dagger is completed on the Tiny, and we have a Battle Fury. And what is Troll going into? SNY most probably. Yeah, he has gone for Phase Boots. Is going for SNY as the next choice of item. I don't mind the Phase Boots instead of Power Treads this match, because it's easier for him to get closer to this kind of elusive heroes like Kotal, and then we have Morphling. Right, so first Roshan of the game goes in the favor of Gren Esports, who are able to put it on their Beastmaster, I think, who would be much more involved in fights now. There is really no way he just sits back and lets his team take the brunt of the damage, where he can easily tank a lot of spells. Um, there was a movement from Kali to the top part of the map, but I don't think it's going to result into anything. In fact, we might have a fight at the bottom area of the map. Kotal is in the vicinity, is able to successfully TP away. Looking that as you saw, that there were no Radiant heroes visible on the map. So was able to successfully TP away. That was good on his part. Right. So as the match stands at the moment, it is a 6,000 net worth advantage. Morphling, I think he does have his Eul Scepter completed, is going for his Aether Lens. So basically what he is using in his match is his waveform majorly. And is going purely into defensive items. Well, he's a support, so what we can't expect anything other than that. Right, so it is going to be the bottom tier 2 tower. First stages of the map, we are 17 minutes into the game. All these tier 2 towers, in case if they are able to continue the aggression on the side of Grammy Sports. Let's see if they are able to bring this tower down. I don't think they should waste this ages just farming on the map. A little bit of aggression would be really nice to see. And Kali, I don't think they're willing to lose all their towers this early into the match. So there would be some sort of fight from Kali, which would be seen. In fact, there is Rubik, who was in the area, who got kind of rode by Beastmaster and instantly killed. So no way of escape, and there was no way for Team Kali to help their comrade. So one tier 2 tower goes down. That's a start for the side of Gren Esports. There are no other heroes in the vicinity, so most probably they would be moving on to the next tier 2 tower, which is in the mid lane, since they still have their tier 1 standing, which is brilliant effort from them in order to keep their towers alive and bring this aggression to Kali in this match. Right. So they are able to snag 2 sneaky kills on Tiny and Grimstroke. Most probably they were trying to get a kill onto any of the supports, unable to do so. Visual Spread with the Echo Saber just looks really nice with the attack animation. I really want to try this as carry hero in my pub as well now. uh, even without the rage, I think Wedge has a great rage in order to kill heroes from this distance. Right, so the next choice of item is going to be the Hurricane Pike or Visual Spirit. There is a tombstone being committed by not the Undying, it is the Morphling, who is actually turned into Rubik at the moment and is able to steal spells. So yeah, that's a really good hero to be support in theory, uh, because with okay, against a Rubik, you can actually morph into a Rubik, um, and then by changing into Rubik, he's able to steal ultimates from the opposition. So yeah, against Rubik, it just looks wonderful, doesn't it? All right. In the meantime, we have an attempt coming out from Gren Esports, and they did lose their Undying in the process. Doom is already dead. There is only the Beastmaster in the vicinity who's actually fighting it out with what, 3 Radiant, 4 Radiant heroes, and is winning the engagement. Grimstroke is just going to be pushed towards the Beastmaster by Kotal. In the meantime, we are seeing that Dark Black is actually fighting it out against the Vengeful Spirit and Troll Warlord. They are able to successfully get a kill onto the Venge now, and it could be the Morphling who ends up being in trouble. Eventually, a little bit of overextension, I guess, because their team is completely split in 3 places. So, 3 multiple fights happening simultaneously all over the map. I think, yeah, Kali, Grin Esports could have played this a lot better with the ages advantage which they had earlier. By splitting up, they just, I think, kind of threw it away. They did manage to get. No, they only managed to get one tier 2 tower. Okay, and in fact, they end up losing their Beastmaster in the top area of the map. That kind of sucks for them. It was the Tiny who was able to snag the kill, a lot of gold going into his pocket. But the problem is that he ends up giving his life back to the side of Green Esports. So movement being 3 hero are on top of Undying, who is trying his best to survive, has used the tombstone as well. A lot of healing coming out from Kotal, was able to make their Undying stand for a very long time, and in fact, Kali had to use a lot of spells in order to bring out an Undying, and that left them vulnerable on the map. And it is going to be the support Morphling who comes in and able to get one more kill for himself onto the Rubik. So Rubik should be feeling pretty shitty about this game, just because Morphling has been kind of outplaying him and getting the right spells from him at the right time by turning into Rubik. So in the battle of Rubik, I think it's definitely where this Morphling takes the trophy. Alright, so in terms of item progression, Venge is going into an Aghanim Scepter, gives her 2 lives to work with. Not a bad item to have on Vengeful Spirit. So. Alright, so a little bit of farming stage is going to come up. Most probably, Grin Esports are going to wait for Roshan number 2 before they make any further movement onto the map, because they did leak out a couple of kills. Let's see if they really want to commit to the tier 2 tower. In fact, it is only the Morphling in the vicinity who would be kind of hightailing it back before a lot of movement comes out from Kali in order to just push him. But that does not happen. In terms of vision, they do have limited vision on the Radiant side. In fact, no, it's just 2 sentry wards as I'm looking at the moment. So not much vision from them. In fact, they are the ones who are holding the outpost currently. And in the mid lane, we did see an attempt on the support Morphling, who does end up going down, giving away 800 odd gold to the Radiant side, and which is going mostly into the pocket of Tiny. So Tiny would be very happy with that. Mid Tiny has finished his phylactery, is queuing up a Windlace next, and must have item for a Tiny, I suppose. Okay, so BKB lined up for Tiny. It is not the Windlace. Yeah, no, I was just kind of surprised to look at that item choice from him, but in the end it just works out okay, I guess. And does have a BKB queued up for himself. Phylactery does mean that he does deal a lot of damage in case if he's able to get on top of a hero. Milky with his Hurricane Pike is well, it's a Venge, right? Does have 25 percent extra bonus damage, so we are looking at 208 plus 90 on the Venge, and in fact Venge has more damage than Tiny, if you believe that. Tiny being level 15, Venge being level 16, not much differentiating between the two cores. Alright, so let's look at Troll. He has been missing from action for a very long time. Does have a BKB completed along with the Battle Fury. Unlike the last game wherein he opted for an Aghanim Scepter after his SNY, does not go into an Aghanim, directly goes into a Blacking Bar, which I think is definitely a better choice. And Radiant know with that Beastmaster Hawk that they are in the vicinity there. So they're not moving around the back, are they? No, they're just going to retreat into their part of the map, and the next few minutes is just going to be a fight for Roshan. It's not going to be anything else. The team who comes out with the kill on Roshan would definitely have a slight edge on the map, and at the moment it seems like well, Roshan has not spawned yet. We might actually see a big fight, a big wraparound coming out from Grin Esports. Troll is showing himself. He's the first one to in fact show, and some Tiny is hiding in the area. Let's see if they are able to get kill onto the Troll Warlord. Now they are not able to get a kill onto the Troll Warlord. He is able to pop his BKB and his Battle Trance. In the process, he is able to kill out the Vengeful Spirit and the Undying. So this is actually curtains for Grin Esports at the moment. It's only the poor Beastmaster. Well, he's the rich Beastmaster who's able to get away, but a lot of gold going into the pocket of Troll Warlord, who did what 5,600 damage with just his BKB and ultimate. Battle Fury helps, of course, but in a hindsight, if you look at it, an excellent fight, a kind of a comeback. They have shaved off their net worth deficit by at least 3,000 gold. That's a lot. That's actually a lot in terms of Dota. And as a reward, they are able to get their hands on Aegis of Immortal on the Troll Warlord as well. So a completely different showing, a different turn of events compared to the last game. Cully able to successfully get the Rosh fight, get their Roshan, and now they are the ones who is going to be the aggressors on the map. Okay, so they have what, 2 tier 2 towers and 1 tier 1 tower to work with before this Aegis expires. So yeah, they'll have 3 goals. In fact, it is going to be the Tiny who could be in a lot of trouble. He did have his BKB but decided not to use it. Well, he is going to spawn in 50 seconds, and it was not guaranteed if he survives, since he had already taken a lot of damage from the dire side, that he would be able to survive that engagement. So I think, yeah, it's kind of a smart move not using his BKB. It was a 9-second BKB, right? Just to have a look at it. Yeah, it is a 9-second BKB, so I completely think that death was worth it. In fact, it's going to be the Doom who is caught in the area. Does he have Doom available is what I wanted to see, actually, but no, he does not have Doom available for 7 seconds. So excellent fight coming out from Grin Esports, wherein they are able to catch them with their pants down. A lot of crows being hitting Troll Warlord, but is eventually going to be okay. Still does have Aegis of Immortal, does not have to throw that away, uses a salve, would be back into fighting shape in the next, say, 30 to, well, 5 seconds, I suppose. And Green Esports does not want to fight against a Troll Warlord who practically has 2 lives. So they are going to give up on the chase. Troll Warlord is going for, well, he has a Basher completed. His next item of choice is going to be his Satanic. So that makes him a lot more durable and can hover around. And in case if he gets his Aghanim Scepter after that, I take that, right? But most probably he'll go for damage items. In fact, it's going to be the poor Vengeful Spirit who is caught kind of farming there. It is Beastmaster, but Troll Warlord is able to pop his Battle Trance and get a kill. In fact, I don't think Morphling has the legs in order to survive this assault coming out from Calais, and they are able to get 2 good kills on the side of for in their favor, and the net worth advantage has been brought down to 4,000 now. Troll getting into the groove is able to kind of stick on top of a hero now, in the help of his Basher and then the roots, the enrage effect, I guess. All right. Right. It is going to be the tier 2 tower which would be assaulted. In fact, they are going to get their hands on Kotal of the Light. I said Kotal of the Light, but Keeper of the Light. He is down for 65 seconds. In terms of buyback status, Troll Warlord does not have and does not need a buyback apparently at this point in the game. Well, most of the heroes which require to have a buyback have a buyback, so this game does not end abruptly once any hero dies. So that's good to see. Right, so let's see how much Kali are able to achieve. In fact, a big move by Tiny onto the Undying, who dies immediately. Did have a skill available of Ceaseless Fire, Ceaseless Dirge, was able to spawn back immediately, but I think Green Esports have kind of lost their hope of saving this tier 2 tower with Aegis of Immortal in the hands of Troll Warlord. 2 lanes are pushed out to a majority of the Radiant side, so a couple of heroes will have to TP back and kind of get the lane equilibrium back in their favor. Hey. Right, so it's just pushing out the lanes now. We are 32 minutes in the game, a slight 1000 net worth advantage for the side of Kali. In fact, who have made a great comeback in this series as it stands at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Alright, so one more tier 2 tower going down, and let's see if they really want to push towards the high ground. They don't have Aegis of Immortal in their hands anymore, so I don't think they're just going to go in blindly, to be honest. Troll is going to go for a Swift Blink as his next choice of item. I don't blame him. It's going to be a great item in case if he's able to get on top of the Skotal with his BKB and ultimate. He's most probably going to finish him off before any of their teammates can react to that action. Right, so basically, as the map stands at the moment, it's practically at 61% in the favor of Kali and 39% in favor of Grim Esports. In fact, I seriously believe Green had a serious chance of winning this game in case if they would have not split up and kind of thrown away that advantage. So I think that would be considered the turning point of the game for sure, dude. Right, so both of the teams kind of split up. Want to get their farm up in terms of itemization for the Radiant side. Um, okay, yeah. One significant item is Showa's Guard completed on Doom. Other than that, not much to speak about. Tiny does have his BKB and Gem of True Sight in his inventory. And on side of Gren, it's AC Venge is going for. Kodal has completed Octarine and Lincoln Sphere. Other than that, we are looking at a Lotus Orb on our Undying. And then Morphling with his Ethereal Blade will try and do as much as magical damage as he can in the match.
Dyer's courier has been slain. A tactical victory.
Okay. In fact, it is going to be the Morphling who is going to be caught in the act. Tidy did not have his Blink Dagger off cooldown, I suppose, so Morphling would be able to survive that engagement, or he did not choose to use it, would be the other way to look at it. There is a cheese on Doom in case he wants to commit. Does have a couple of good items to work with. Blacking Bar, Shua's Guard, so he's a pretty tanky hero. Does have Ogre Seal Totem to get out of range, and cheese to help all those items. Okay, move being made by Troll Warlord, who is kind of dispelled by the bench, but that really lasts for a very short time. In fact, it's going to be Undying, who's trying to hide inside his tomb, does not successfully do so, does end up giving his life away and the tomb's life away. Venge could be in a lot of trouble, does have the Venge, the Aghanim Scepter Spirit in order to aid him. Let's see if Troll decides to finish them off. In the meantime, Kotal in a little bit of danger, does have to use the BKB to get away from the engagement. Morphling does end up losing his life in that engagement, and the Vengeful Spirit is dead as well, so no way for Venge to come back into the engagement. Beastmaster trying to fight it out against multiple heroes from the side of Kali. In fact, does not have enough health in order to fight it out. And Grimstroke just charges and uses the Blink Dagger, is able to stand on top of Kodal and get a kill on him, and it is the Beastmaster who's going to buy back, but I'm pretty sure by the time the complete team respawns, they are going to be facing Mega Creeps, and other than the Beastmaster, none of the freaking heroes are good enough to handle Mega Creeps, so this is practically GG in the favor of Kali. I really did not. I really did want them to kind of win because they had a better draft in comparison to Gren Esports. And it's just that at least they're able to showcase their performance. They are going to kind of step back because there is Vengeful Spirit, spawning in the next 3 seconds. So giving respect to the carry. That's good. That's you have to be brave to do that. You cannot just be stupid. All the time and just walk up to the high ground and give your advantage away, which was what had happened to them in the last game, to be honest. But they are doing really well in order to maintain their composure, make the right decisions. And since Roshan is up, it is the third Roshan of the game, who would be giving out an Aghanim Scepter along with the cheese, and Aegis of Immortal is a must. I think Doom is going to take Aghanims. That's the best rate. Giving it to Gren is not such a bad idea, but Troll is taking it for himself. Typical carry dude. You are a freaking typical greedy carry. Right. So, well, I don't think Kali minds that too much. The carry being greedy, not that bad. Sometimes they have the right because they just take so much flank if they don't perform well, and all the blame is basically put onto the carry hero most of the time. It's the hardest role to play in Dota. Supports is more skill related, but carry is just practically brain damaged hero. Brain damaged people play carry. Normal people just play other roles. You have to be a little brain damaged to play carry role in Dota, I suppose. Alright, So it is going to be the mid lane in case if Gren are able to stop Quali from taking mega creeps. They should remain in the game, but that seems so difficult at the moment with Troll Warlord on top of the Vengeful Spirit, not able to reply much, is just practically stunned for the entirety of her life. In fact, it is the second life from Vengeful Spirit, which is doing some sort of nuisance, but the Doom has been committed onto the Beastmaster, who had bought back earlier, does not have a buyback now. There's a triple kill onto the Troll Warlord. Vengeful Spirit's Spirit is going to be the next one to die in this engagement. Cordal trying to throw out as much as spells he can, but is not able to get a kill on any of the heroes from the Radiant side, other than the Rubik who had earlier died. In fact, it is going to be the Cordal who is going to be in a hurt of pain. Troll Warlord finally uses his Battle Trance, but okay, it's GG already. I think they called it GG and the game ended. I'm pretty sure we're going to disconnect any second now. Yeah. So basically, yeah, that was the game, people. A great game to watch. Cully were able to take the series 2-0. A big advantage for Grin Esports at the starting of the match, but they were able to, hold their nerve, play well, make the right decisions, and eventually they were able to. Yeah, lobby not found. That's what I expected. But they were able to do a great job and get a kill for themselves in this best of three series. So a great series. We did see a best of three series, which is a rarity these days, but we did see a best of three series, so kudos to us. And do leave a like and subscribe to the channel, people. It was great watching the series with you. Now the news is the next series which we are going to watch today is going to start. In fact, it's already in the drafting. No, it's not in the drafting, but they're creating the lobby currently. So it's going to be Gods of Hell against Infinity, which is starting in the next 4 minutes, I suppose. It is again a best of three series. Would be a really interesting and fun series to watch. So stay tuned for that. And I'll be back with you people in the next 4 to 5 minutes, and we can continue the stream. That would be a best of three series between Gods of Hell and Infinity. So stay tuned, people. Do leave a like, subscribe, follow, good stuff, and I'll be back with you in 4 minutes. And enjoy the music. See you soon, peeps.
seconds left. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team banned. Warrior.
Hello and welcome to game number 1 in the best of 3 series between Gods of Hell and Infinity. This is the second series of the day. We have one more series to follow after this, which is going to be South Team versus Lava Esports. That's going to be the best of all the 3 series happening today. That's going to be the most interesting one. In fact, the last series, which had happened between Gren and Kali, did go to the distance of 3 matches, but it was Kali who were able to come out on top in that engagement. Right, so moving into game number 1 in this best of 3 series. The draft is already done, and the picks as we have at the moment is a Dragon Knight for Gods of Hell, of course. It's Dragon Knight IO, Leshrak, and Ursa as the first 4 picks. And for Infinity, it is Monkey King, Enchantress, Underlord, and Techies. So these are the first 4 picks for them.
You have 5 seconds left.
Right, so we are just going to wait for just a second here.
Dire team banned.
Right on. I'm just logging into my gg.bet account to see if there are any interesting bets coming our way today. In case if they do, I don't mind, to be honest. But anywho's, let's move into the draft again. The bans coming out from Gods of Hell is a Phoenix, Witch Doctor, Hoodwink, Shadow Demon, Venge, and Terrorblade. That's the first time I'm seeing Terrorblade being banned. But yeah, there's always a first time for everything. And from Infinity, Shadow Fiend is just a hot ban at the moment for all the teams. Tiny is a ban, Templar, Assassin, Weaver, Batrider, and Dark Willow. We have 2 more bans to come out before we get into our last pick phases. And let's see what is the Dota match run. Okay, so Infinity have a chance of 1:1.1, and Gods of Hell have like 1 in a 6 chance of winning. So that's what the predictions are so far by the Dota 2 community, but it is we are waiting to find out what exactly happens in the match though. Alright, so I don't mind the draft from Gods of Hell. It is a good draft. They have a techies to help them to win this match, so that would be really interesting to see. And yeah, we are into the final picks. both. I think what Gods of Hell are looking for the second support now. If Leshrac is not a support.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick.
Mirana.
Choose your hero.
Alrighty, so the last picks is going to be Keeper of the Light, which is going to be played by PP, and Nameless 9299 is going to be playing Mirana. A good draft to start off. Honestly, I don't mind the draft coming out from both the teams. Let's see who actually takes the early game and who does how in the mid game, of course. The price of this tour, that's an excellent question. Just give me a second here. Let me actually have a look at it. Oh, it's $5,000, dude. That's not bad, I guess. Second place gets 3,000, third place gets 1,500, and the fourth one gets $500. And after that, yeah, it's basically they get the position and nothing else. $5,000. I think that's excellent chunk of money. Right on. So draft is done. We are going to start game number 1 in between Gods of Hell and Infinity. This is again a best of 3 series, and this is game number 1. So the entire series is yet to be seen by us, which would be very so much fun. Right, starting game number 1. A smoke coming out from Gods of Hell. They are going to rush towards the mid lane, and Infinity are going towards. Well, let's see if there is any first blood happening before the 0-minute timer approaches, or before the bounty runes are being taken.
I do not thank.
Right. So if we actually might see first blood. They are going to find. Who are they going to find? They could have found techies, but I think Infinity got an idea that the Radiant heroes are approaching this way, and they're kind of hiding around in the jungle, not giving any vision to Gods of Hell.
30 seconds.
Right.
Battle.
Let's see if any of the heroes from Infinity approach towards the high ground, because in case if any heroes attempts to do so, would lose their life in an instant. They do have a little bit of a vision for the Radiant team here. They should be able to get this DWAT done successfully. And now both teams have a clear idea where the opposition team is on the map. So I don't think any first blood is going to happen as of now. In fact, it is going to be 2 runes each for both of the teams. So an equal start. At the starting of the game, no first blood being taken. So yeah, let's see how basically the lanes go now. Right, off-laner Dragon Knight paired along with Mirana going against Monkey King and Enchantress. In the mid lane, it's going to be Leshrac going against Keeper of the Light, and in bot lane, we will see Ursa paired with Io going up against Techies and Underlord. Right, so that's what our lane matchup looks like for this match. The next 10 minutes, well, I would say 6 to 7 minutes, is purely going to be focused on the laning phase and the heroes getting their farm up, prepping for the mid game, of course. Right. So, nothing much happening. Again, as we discussed, it's going to be a couple of last hits, which would be traded by both the teams. What facet has Ursa gone for? He has gone for Maul. Ursa gains bonus damage equal to percentage of his current HP. Alright, so the more HP he has, the more damage he does, apparently. Right, in the meantime, Underlord could be in a lot of trouble. However, there is an attempt from Techies onto the Ursa to save the life of his Underlord, but no. It is Gods of Hell who get first blood onto the offlane Underlord, and in fact, the kill going into the hands of Ursa is actually a big time boost for them. Right. Ursa would be kind of harassed by techies a bit, but yeah, he's near the safety of his tower. Does have IO as partner, so HP is definitely not going to be a problem. In fact, Underlord has to be really careful how close he's getting to Ursa. In fact, Ursa could be in a lot of trouble at the moment. They do require one more hit coming out from techies. It's not able to do so because there is regeneration coming out from IO and successfully able to save the life of his carry. So nice movement coming out of support IO. Again, wow, Infinity just does not want to let their foot off the gas pedal and are just pumping out the damage continuously onto the Ursa, not letting him breathe at all. That's the right way to play against Ursa if there is any, because you give him farm, he practically kills you back for giving him farm. He does not let you live, so being aggressive against the Ursa IO lineup seems to be a great move coming out from Infinity. No wonder they have higher chances of winning this game by all means. Alright, as we are talking about it, win probability is in the favor of Gods of Hell at the moment, which is contrary to the belief of so many at the moment. But let's go ahead and see how exactly they fare in this match. Okay, so moving on in the game, we are looking at just a second here. There's a 1 to 13 on Gods of Hell in game number 1. So, right, a move being made on by Gardic onto Nameless, but it's not going to result in a kill. And Infinity, well, are still searching for their first kill on the map. In fact, if Mirana is not careful, would eventually end up dying to the Enchantress. But does he have any regen in his kitty? Yeah, he has used his Tango, so would wait for his HP to regenerate eventually. In the meantime, Enchantress is just being a menace for the Dragon Knight and the Mirana at the moment. Okay, so getting back into it, again, it's just the Couriers going down at the moment. A bit of farming going on currently. Talking about the mid lane, it's Koril against and Leshrak. It's basically gone even throughout the entire 4 minutes of the game. So nothing much which is differentiating the two mid laners at the moment. In terms of Ursa, he is leading the map at the moment with 28 last hits. Could be a big factor moving into the game, but again, we are yet to see what exactly he's able to bring to the table for Gods of Hell with all this farm in early game into his kitty. In terms of Dragon Knight, he's not doing bad for himself currently. If we're looking at last hits, he's at what, 19, which kind of sucks. Ursa might be in a little bit of trouble. There is a kind of a rotation coming out from 3 dire heroes. In fact, Ursa wanted to go ahead and kill Techies in return, but not able to do so. There is a lot of damage coming his way. In fact, they don't want to let this IO live as well. Underlord does have his bit of Melis, Firestorm, which can be used, does use it successfully, and they are able to get 2 successful kills for their favor. So getting themselves on the board is a great start, I suppose, for Gods of Hell. Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified. They require time.
Right, another Ursa just TP'd back into the lane. In case if he dies here, this is going to be a lot of trouble because he was their most farmed hero on the map. But with the kind of back-to-back kills which they have received in the last couple of minutes, is actually pumping out a lot of gold back into the pocket of Infinity. Infinity making the moves now. They did try and get a kill on Kotal of the Light, but they were in the wrong area of the map and a lot of damage being pumped out by the Kotal and the two supports from Infinity, and they're able to get a kill on the mid laner. In fact, IO might not survive the gank and does have to go towards the jungle area because he would have got caught out with the Techies bomb. In fact, as soon as the solar bind was used, IO was able to tether onto Mirana and escape. But no, he didn't have enough life. Too much damage coming out from coming out from Spirit Bind, and was not able to eventually survive. So that's bad news for them. I thought I was definitely going to win, to live there in that contest, but was not able to do so. Um, and as we're looking at it, in a sudden turn of events, we are looking at Infinity, who are suddenly 2,000 net worth ahead of Gods of Hell. That was pretty fast, to be honest. I did not expect that to happen that fast. I expected it to happen, but not this quickly, though. Right, so what we're looking at is Ursa going down 3 times in 3 minutes. That sucks. So as soon as he steps back into the lane, there is a rotation coming out from Infinity, and at the moment they are doing nothing but killing this poor Ursa. So yeah, that is something which they really have to be careful about. Is kind of still a far ways away from his Battle Fury. His farm has kind of halted in the last 3 minutes. And in the meantime, we're looking at a Monkey King who is farming away to glory, who's kind of working on his Battle Fury as well. And I don't know, Ursa does better than Monkey King with the Battle Fury, is what I guess. But again, that's something we'll find out in the longer run of the game. Dragon Knight doing Dragon Knight things. He is trying to bring down a tier 1 tower in the early stages of the game, which is something which he loves to do, I suppose. A stun coming out to the Enchantress, still not level 6, chain stunning her, but able to use the heal in order to get away. Heal being really annoying for the Radiant heroes, and Gods of Hell have eventually given up on the chase, and we really have to admire that Enchantress is still not level 6. It was just a level 5 Enchantress, and still they were not able to kill the poor being off. So yeah, that speaks a ton about their damage. In the meantime, their Leshrac is in a lot of trouble, eventually going down. In fact, we are going to see Ursa going down, what, the fourth time in succession. Yep, and he does go down again. So Infinity really turning this match around. They also had a good little phase of nice 4 or 5 minutes in the early stages of the game, but that has completely turned on its head, dude. This really, makes a big difference. The in between the carries, of course, wherein Monkey King is is sitting at number 2, and then we have Ursa on number 5 on the list there. So nothing going right for Gods of Hell at the moment. They missing their arrows, Enchantress being annoying, who has kind of taken over their jungle, is level 6 now. So there is no possibility for them to kill the Enchantress at the moment, unless they have their Leshrac or Ursa in the area with the trio of their offlane and supports. They would not be able to kill many heroes on the map because they're just lacking the damage. In fact, we did just see Io disappear with just 2 hits from the Monkey King. That's how squishy the heroes are on the side of Gods of Hell, and this game has completely turned on its head. So I would say the match was even for the first 3 minutes of the game. But once the Enchantress made the movement to the bottom lane, wherein they were able to get two kills on Ursa in quick succession, this map has just gone south for Gods of Hell.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation.
Right. Uh, well, Birada tried to go ahead and get a couple of words in the dire area, but not able to do too much there. In fact, it is the bottom tier tower which is being assaulted by a level 8 Underlord and level 6 Enchantress. But no, I think we are going to see some movement in the top area of the map. In fact, it is the Leshrak who is being targeted first in the mid area of the map, and it's going to be the IO who's going to pay up as just a follow-up kill. And Ashraf was forced to use his enrage in order to survive that gank. In fact, Monkey King is not going to let the Mirana live. One hit, two hit, three hits. He does have a bounded strike available in case if he wants to use it. Mirana knows she does not have any leaps available, so would not be surviving for a very long time. In fact, it is Keeper of the Light coming in and kind of reducing the cooldown on all the spells. So Monkey King is back in the shape to fight now. Yeah, the tier 2 tower is still standing, but I'm not exactly sure for how long again it is going to stand for. Ursak still quite a distance away from his Battle Fury, so his farm is not kind of moving forward at the pace he would like. Ideally, he would have liked to have his Battle Fury at this point in the game. But again, it's at least going to be the next 3 to 4 minutes if the game does not end before that. Before him getting the Battle Fury, I mean. A nice Wukong's command and a bounded strike onto the two heroes. Leshrak doing a lot of damage, but the problem with this Leshrak that he has damage but does not have the survivability, even with IO right next to him. So this is some signs of trouble for Gods of Hell. We are approaching the 14-minute mark. Let's see if they would allow Gods of Hell to take the Wisdom Rune, the 14-minute rune, or if they are making a movement. There are still about 20 seconds left. In fact, there is a movement by the Monkey King onto the Dragon Knight, who loses half of his life just by 2 hits by the Monkey King. And then Underlord Pit of Malice has been committed. Dragon Knight taking a lot of damage from the Spirit Vessel and eventually going down. No heroes down on the side of Infinity, so it is a 4 versus 5 engagement. Leshrak is in a lot of hurt along with the IOs. So, at least they are able to get the Wisdom Rune on the Mirana, if nothing else. So, at least they have to be proud of that Wisdom Rune, dude. They did get what they went for, because I think the whole fight started because of that damn 14-minute Wisdom Rune. On the contrary, they could have just gone to the bottom area of the map and grabbed that Wisdom Rune. In fact, it's all grabbed by someone, I suppose. Oh, I just don't see it. Okay, because of no vision there. But again, there was a Wisdom Rune right at the bottom part of the map, which was not taken.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Right, so a little bit of vision being set up by Gods of Hell in their part of the map near the tier 2 tower. So they would see, well, in terms of vision, they practically have a dark map at the moment. They have one sentry ward out, but in terms of observer ward, they have practically nothing on the map. Everything is dewarded by the side of Infinity. A nice 3-man smoke. In fact, it is a 5-man smoke which has come out of Gods of Hell. Just searching for any hero farming in the area. They might find techies lurking around since there is a movement. In fact, they are going to ignore techies who was in the high ground and did not was not under their vision. It is the Underlord who has popped his pipe of insight, neglecting any damage coming out from the Leshrak. In fact, it is going to be the Monkey King who was able to successfully channel his Wukong's command a little bit of damage done onto him, but in return, they are going to lose the entirety of their team, barring the Ursa, who would kind of live and was able to kind of limp away from the fight. And at least him not getting that. In fact, techies he just went, you know, solo diving the tier 2, tier 4 towers in order to get a kill onto the Ursa. So, well, at least he did pay for his sin. But the best part is, as soon as they get a kill on techies, they call it GG. So this game lasted what, about 16 minutes. That was a really quick game, people. I did not expect this game to go this quickly, at least to 20 minutes, but a 16-minute game is just a high level demolition of the team. Alright, that concludes our game number 1, people. We are going to be watching game number 2 in the best of 3 series. Very unlikely that the series goes till best of 3. By the looks of the map currently, the kill score was 25-3 in favor of Infinity. So that's how bad uh, Gods of Hell lost this match. Right, really nothing much to speak about this match. Nothing happened. Gods of Hell were in the game for the first 3 minutes of the game, but after 3 minutes, it's just looked like a very, very sad story. Anyways, that does conclude our game number 1, people. We would be watching game number 2, so stay tuned in, enjoy the music, leave a like and subscribe to the channel in case if you like the cast, and I will be meeting you guys back for game number 2. See you soon, people. Stay tuned.
You have 10 seconds left. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. You have 10 seconds left. Dire team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team, Radiant team pick. Dire team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
Hello and welcome to game number 2 in a best of 3 series between Infinity and Gods of Hell. My name is Nick and we'll be watching this game together. Let's see, after the last bashing or drubbing which Gods of Hell received, they have kind of learned their lesson and are able to do something post that 3 minute mark, because the last match was not impressive by any
You have
means.
10 seconds left.
Right on. So,
You have 5
looking at the
seconds left.
draft currently, what we have is by Gods of Hell, we have a Hoodwink, Doom, Witch Doctor, and Alchemist. And for Infinity, we have a Weaver, Enchantress, and Pudge. So, these are the three heroes Infinity have gone with so far. It is a fourth pick, which we are going to wait for. Most probably, it's going to be an offlaner. Pudge and Enchantress as supports, and Weaver as the safe lane. Again, in this patch, I'm. It's like really things can turn around so quickly. In terms of draft, wherein most of the heroes are kind of flex picks, and by the end of the draft, carry heroes are picking a complete support hero and then winning the game. So yeah, that's kind of funny and fun to watch. Of course, it is a little bit different with what we have seen in the past. And this patch is kind of bringing in a lot of changes to the Dota scene altogether, and completely changing the view how we looked at Dota, as in what heroes are meant to be played in support and carry roles. It can be really kind of manipulated.
Radiant team ban.
Right, so we see an Ember Spirit coming out from Infinity. That's going to be the mid laner, and most probably they're going to leave their off laner as their last pick hero.
You have 10 seconds
Okay,
left.
so we are into the last part of the drafting phase, and we are going to see a couple of bans coming out from Gods of Hell, and one ban is still pending from Infinity Esports.
Radiant team ban.
Right. So a ban on Dark Seer from Gods of Hell. I think Infinity are going to be feeling pretty confident how the last game went. Moving on to this game number 2.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
Right. So Visage has been banned by Gods of Hell, and Infinity have banned out Dazzle, which can be again a monster when facing Ember Spirit in the mid lane. Just wins that matchup so badly. And let's see what Infinity want to pick up as their offlane hero, or are they going to rotate Pudge as their offlaner? Is something we are waiting to watch.
You have 5 seconds left.
With I think they would go for a nice big juicy tanky hero for their offlaner, just to sustain through all the damage, or even waste a couple of spells coming out from Gods of Hell. So that would be interesting to see. 30 seconds of remaining reserve time, which they are using up to pick. What are the good off laners left in the pool? Yeah, Centaur is still left in the pool. I don't feel that's a bad hero for Infinity in this draft. It's going to be the Wraith King. Okay, so all right, let's look at the Infinity draft. Pudge can be rotated towards off lane. Wraith King can be safe lane. Ember mid lane, and Enchantress and Weaver as supports. That's what my guess is. We are waiting to find out what exactly happens. And for the side of Gods of Hell, It's going to be Hoodwink, Doom, Witch Doctor, and Alchemist. Okay, so Alchemist safe. Doom 3, Witch Doctor is and Witch Hoodwink are going to be the supports, and they're going to pick their mid laner now. And in terms of the hero choices they have, Tiny's not in the pool. We not many mid lane heroes banned. It's Dazzle who was banned out as the last mid lane hero. Storm Spirit. Okay, so it's going to be the spirits going against each other in the mid lane. Lumiere would be on Wraith King, Gardic would be on Enchantress, PP would be on Ember Spirit. On the side of Gods of Hell is going to be Nameless on Hoodwink, Hanzama on Doom, Feeling on Witch Doctor, Ancient on Alchemist, and Blessed Kid on Storm Spirit. Okay, so I kind of favor the Infinity Draft by just looking at game number one, dude. That was really a big difference in skill levels shown by both the teams, wherein Infinity are playing a different league altogether when compared to Gods of Hell. Right. So this is again game number 2 in a best of 3 series. Would be really interesting to watch how Infinity go ahead and perform this time around in game number 2, and if Gods of Hell are actually able to put up a decent fight against Infinity. Right. Moving into the game, this is I don't mind the lineup of Gods of Hell either. They do have kind of the potential to win this game with the draft they have, but a lot of it depends upon execution. So if they're able to execute their plans and get couple of kills early in the map, just not couple. In fact, even if they are able to, kind of not lose the game in the first 16 minutes, I think it is going to be a very interesting match. That's my thought on it, but we are waiting to see what exactly happens, and we are able to see a couple of good hooks coming out from Pudge. That would be good to watch. Who doesn't love a good Pudge hook? I think everyone does love that. Right, so heroes kind of meeting in the mid lane area. They are able to get a hook onto the Hoodwink. Nice bushwhack coming onto the 3 heroes, but it is going to be Gardic on Enchantress, who's able to grab first call onto Doom. In return, they are able to actually get 2 kills on the Storm Spirit. 1 kill onto in fact, dang it, it's a triple kill coming out from the Ember Spirit, and I don't think he minds it too much. Because he is able to regain all of his HP and mana in the process as well. We were falling a little low on HP. S10 is going to be coming out from the side of Alchemist, and they are able to get another kill onto the Weaver. So a complete bloodbath pre 10 minutes, wherein we have already looked at 7 kills going down for each of sides. Great, I would say great movement by Gods of Hell. They actually required something. They now actually have more kills than the total kills they had in game number 1. So you can speak about the difference in between the 2 games already. I really like the way Gods of Hell have started this game, being aggressive, not being scared, and actually just going it out and fighting out their fears. So really, let's see what happens in the mid game or in the laning phase, which would determine a lot on how this game goes altogether. Doom should have a pretty okay lane against the Wraith King, who has I think he has the damage facet. Yeah, Spectral Blade, as it is called. So it just does more 50% more damage after a while on the targeted hero. Right, so pretty similar to last game, Gardic is still on Enchantress, was able to do a lot. In fact, is the hero I consider the MVP of game number 1 because of the movements made by the Enchantress onto the mid lane. and just spoiling Ursa's life, who was never able to get his feet back into the match altogether. In the meantime, well, top lane is the lane wherein we are going to see most of the action. But on the contrary, we have a Pudge and a Weaver who are in the bot lane. Weaver is playing as the off laner um, on FCR, and Pudge is going to be his support. Alchemist is the carry player for Infinity in this game, along with Witch Doctor supporting him in his cause for Gods of Hell. Right. So, nothing much happening after the first bloodbath in the mid river area. After that, it's pretty much farming for both of these teams. Net worth bang on even. 3 minutes into the game, that shows good signs for Gods of Hell. But this was the time when they actually started losing the last match. So let's see what changes they are able to bring to the table this time around. In fact, they might have their Squirrel in a lot of trouble, but again, a little bit of body block coming out from Doom saving his support, and is able to successfully kind of walk away into the jungle area in between the trees to save herself. Time so. The 3 minute water rune goes in the hands of Pudge. Pudge is kind of prepping up his hook, but not actually committing to it because well, Alchemist was kind of channeling his unstable concussion in order to throw it out in case if he felt threatened. A lot of aggression coming out to the Wraith King. Has lost a lot of his HP. Does not have any regeneration other than the Tango, which is currently running. And on the enchant, well, they do have heals in terms of Enchantress, who has 1 point in Nature's Attendance, so would be able to kind of heal up their Wraith King. In fact, it is going to be the Pudge who kind of loses his life in the favor of, well, it's the Witch Doctor who gets the kill. In fact, he freaking gets a double kill. So, Witch Doctor loses his life in the cause, but able to get 2 successful kills on the both bottom on both heroes from Infinity. In fact, it is a movement coming out from Infinity. They were able to get a kill on support. Enchantress and Wraith King is so low on life. He is not able to approach the creep wave. In fact, it's going to be Doom who is approaching on a man-to-man fist fight. Doom is the hero. No, Doom is not. Well, both heroes lose their life, but Wraith King is going to be really happy. Well, Wraith King is not going to be happy, but Doom is really going to be happy, at least because he gets the gold for it. Well, Alchemist using his unstable concussion in order to farm up the creeps, I suppose. That's what he did. In fact, there's a Pudge who is lining up the hook onto the Storm Spirit, who just TP'd back into the lane, and it could be curtains for the Storm Spirit at the moment. Let's see if he's able to get a kill on the Pudge before he dies. In fact, he does. So, Storm Spirit, I don't think, would be very unhappy with the things as they happened. Still able to get a lot of experience from the kill on Pudge, since he was the only hero in the area. So, would not be too sad about it. Ember Spirit does get it level 6, but Storm Spirit just a couple of creeps away from it. Should not be feeling too bad about it, honestly. So, Doom has been left to his own demise in the top tier 1 tower. In fact, it is the Enchantress and Wraith King who are chasing after him. He's falling low on HP. There was a bushwhack which was attempted by, the Hoodwink. But not able to get a successful connection, hence losing the life. Well, Doom was already dead, so yeah, even if the bushwhack had connected, it would not have mattered much, I suppose. Gods of Hell really doing well up to this point in the game, wherein they are able to maintain their composure. Pudge is in the area, but Storm Spirit knows that Pudge is in the area, is already level 6, is going to directly go after the Pudge, who is not level, well, he's not even level 4 yet, is just level 3. They are able to get a successful kill onto him. Well, Ember has already bottled up the haste room, so he certainly can afford to go aggressive, wherein the Weaver has already joined the fight as well. Bugs latching out on all the 3 heroes. That should mean a lot of damage coming out on the supports of Gods of Hell. In fact, Storm Spirit could be in a little bit of danger. He is trying to chase after the Weaver, but not able to get a successful connection since he depleted his HP. So the Bugs proving to be a lot to handle on the side of Gods of Hell. Right, so Weaver has gone with the talent of Skitter Step, which increases and slows enemies when uh, and slows enemies when passing through them. Okay, so it's basically slowing the enemies whenever he passes through them is the skill. So it is a very handy skill to be had for the Weaver. And looking at the itemization, the Wisdom Rune has been snagged by the Pudge. Hoodwink is going to be so sad about it. I think there has to be some rotation coming out from Infinity. They really have to get a kill on this Pudge. They cannot let him walk away with the crime he just made. In fact, they need one more last hit on the Pudge. Let's see if they are able to get so. In fact, no, they're not able to do so. In the meantime, Ember Spirit has made his way towards the top tier 1 tower of the Radiant and able to get a kill. In fact, it is the fucking Pudge who gets a kill onto the Doom before dying himself in the hands of Hoodwink. So all in all, Infinity are going to be extremely happy with the current events which happened in the last couple of minutes because they were able to get a Wisdom Rune. Pudge got a kill on the Doom as well, so he should be very close to his level 6 apparently. Well, he's already halfway through his level 5, so would not take long for him to reach level 6 in that regard. Okie dokie, so Ember Spirit is off to a great start as well on the map. Storm Spirit with those couple of deaths will be feeling kind of bad, but he's completely okay. In fact, it is going to be the chains successfully connecting onto the Hoodwink, and then Pudge with his hook is able to finish off the kill. And now the aggression is being brought to the tier 1 tower for Gods of Hell, who are going to forfeit it. They are not going to mount up any sort of defense for the tower since they have their kind of heroes scattered around the map and farming. Alchemist does not want to move away from the bot tier 1 tower till he gets his Radiance. In the meantime, his team is just feeding away kills to this Pudge. There is a big Radiant stack which is ready to be taken by Infinity in case if they choose to do so. And the first thing they do is actually they kill off, for the vision, he freaking used his what is this creep? Anyways, it's a kobold which he was able to use. Now let's see if they are able to clear out this big juicy ancient stack. No, there is a movement by 4 Radiant heroes and then a slight slides and hook. Dude, this is just menace. Alright, so Witch Doctor was trying to do something on the map, unable to do so. In fact, it is Pudge who's going to cause 4-foot his life first. Bleskett trying his best in order to get some kills on the dire heroes. In fact, Pudge is still alive. He's still surviving. He could be in a little trouble with the Wraith King hitting him, but no, he's able to survive. Wraith King does have a second life to work with. Bleskett is not left with a lot of mana, so I don't think there would be any follow-up aggression coming from the side of Gods of Hell. But let's see if they are successfully able to make Infinity walk away from the triangle. In fact, it is going to be Weaver who joins the fight, has bugs connecting onto multiple heroes, but a good bushwhack coming out from Hoodwink connecting onto 2 heroes. No heroes dead as yet on either side. Many heroes falling a little low on HP. In fact, it is going to be the Witch Doctor who falls first in the fight. Ember Spirit is chasing after the Alchemist, who does not have his chemical range running at the moment, has lined up the stun, is able to throw the stun in the for the Weaver, and this Ember is just getting out of control. Dude, he's getting back-to-back kills on the map. He does end up losing his life in the process of being so aggressive, but Infinity would not be very sad with that death happening, because he did kind of wipe out the entirety of the opposition team before he died. So a lot of happy heroes on the side of Infinity. In fact, Patch could be in a little bit of trouble. Storm Spirit wants to come and complete this kill altogether. Does have a little bit of mana to work with on Storm Spirit, but I don't think he has enough juice in the tank in order to pursue for any further kills for his team. I still don't mind the position Gods of Hell are in at the moment. They are 14 kills to 25. They have a somewhat footing into the map. Their Witch Doctor just feeding kills away. Why wouldn't he? He has Chris, right? He has the license from Dota Gods to just go ahead and feed the Radiant Hero to the fullest of its potential. Does have 462 gold away, 463 gold saved up now. So would be completing his Aghanim Scepter in what, just 4100 gold. In fact, it is going to be the Storm Spirit who could be in a little bit of trouble. It's a slide of chains connecting. He still has the bugs attached to him. One more slide of fist coming out from PP and is able to finish off the Storm Spirit. This really sucks for Gods of Hell. They did not, I'm probably sure they did not want to lose their Storm Spirit in this fashion. Enchantress would eventually end up going down to Doom, which was committed onto her. Hoodwink, I don't think is in any sort of trouble at the moment. Was be able to connect with successful bushwhack onto the Wraith King and kind of scurry away towards the jungle area. Enchantress has a lot of creeps chasing after the squirrel, but I really have to commend the squirrel because it's just wasting so much time. Does have another scurry to use Wraith King just with one hit. Is able to bring down 80% of Hoodwink in a single swipe. Is trying to TP away, but I don't think would be a very wise move since Wraith King was in the area and is able to get a successful swipe onto Hoodwink. But comments to Hoodwink for wasting so much time of the Dire heroes. In fact, it's going to be Doom who ends up going into the hands of PP. So PP is the hero who's actually owning in the side of Infinity at the moment and is kind of being, getting on the nerve of Gods of Hell, who are struggling to find their footing in this match. Right, so what we have is a 5,000 net worth advantage 14 minutes into the game. And Storm Spirit, Weaver did have a Rod of Atos available in his inventory. Storm Spirit does have a lot of mana to work with, so Weaver is being really cautious with how he approaches, just waiting for his Ember Spirit to join the fight. Pudge is the first hero who's being gone upon. Orchid being committed onto Pudge, who eventually loses his life, but in return, the Storm Spirit is a little low on mana, but I'm not exactly sure how much Infinity exactly want to chase. They don't have the Doom because it was committed onto the Enchantress for the next 26 seconds. Storm Spirit could be in little trouble. In fact, the Orchid doing a lot of work. There is a 4x kill streak going in the favor of the Alchemist of all heroes. He does end up giving his life away for that attempt. But again, I don't think he minds too much in that regard altogether. One wisdom rune, it is 14, we are past 14 minutes, so one wisdom rune was taken by Hoodwink, who is just trying to complete again the Rod of Atos and 4 star for herself. So going into more control oriented items instead of damage items on the Hoodwink. Right, in terms of itemization, we have Orchid on the Storm Spirit, which actually did a lot of work and kind of salvaged the fight for them. Alchemist with his Radiance completed would be doing a lot of work. In fact, a hook coming out from Pudge is able to pull his Ember Spirit away. In fact, it could be... no, Ember Spirit is in no trouble whatsoever. Does not have any mana now, so should be technically dead to the Weaver, but no, Weaver does not want to, well, does he want to chase any further? In fact, he is able to use his Rod of Atos onto the Witch Doctor, who is not having a great game at all currently. Maybe he's intentionally feeding, but Hoodwink couldn't be, one swipe coming out from Wraith King marks the end of the Hoodwink. Really has to be careful how he plays or approaches this game. Storm Spirit does have an invisibility rune, so should be pretty okay. In fact, if he can catch the Weaver is a higher level than Storm Spirit. So Storm Spirit is just going to use the Twin Gate, go to the bottom area of the map, and probably go ahead and kill some creeps there. In the meantime, Alchemist is queuing up a Blink Dagger as his next choice of item for the upcoming engagements. Right. So, how's our Witch Doctor looking? He has 0 on of Shadow charges, and he is going to remain with 0 on of on of Shadow charges, just because he just ends up giving vision to the Radiant team and then dying off. In fact, Storms is he? Yes, Ember is going to die for that attempt onto the Witch Doctor. Gods of Hell really happy with that attempt. Does have a little bit of mana to work with, but then a lot of damage coming out with this amplified damage. Wraith King is able to chunk down the Storm Spirit like a freaking candy. Hoodwink is not going to be long for this world. They've all losing their life, but at least they were able to get a kill onto the mid hero for Infinity, which is the Ember Spirit, who is kind of on top of the network chart. No, it's actually Wraith King and Alchemist. So he was for the longest period of this game. It's just after those two back-to-back kills, he has kind of fallen off to the third place. Right. So the best part we are looking at is actually Alchemist holding his own in this match. Does have his Blink Dagger completed now. Is going to queue up a blink. Oh, I'm sorry, a Blacking Bar next, and followed by Assault Cuirass. I'm pretty sure Alchemist would get there in the next 5 minutes if he gets the sufficient amount of space to do so.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation. Top tower is feeling its mortality.
All right. So moving on in the game, well, he has his bottle refilled now. So going for Eul's Scepter, that is probably for the Orchid, causing him a lot of trouble in this match. I would say that that's the item pickup which has actually changed the face of the game for Gods of Hell and given some life into the series because before that Ember was just planning to end this game in another 16 minutes. But Witch Doctor, the feeder he is, trying to walk away. No, the hook does not connect onto the Witch Doctor and is able to successfully TP away. In terms of itemization, he does have one Spirit Vessel charge, so that's going to be really important for them how they use it. They just doom a hero, use Spirit Vessel on them, and you know they might actually end up finishing off that hero without much trouble. Right. So a 6,000 net worth advantage in the favor of Infinity currently. Let's see how much they are able to utilize this advantage to their favor. Grobo is the item pickup for Storm Spirit, who does end up giving his life away to basically a dot of Atos. Then you are getting into a hook and then dismember. So a lot of disables coming out from Infinity for the Storm Spirit. Not able to zip away. Eventually, he would require some sort of protection or defensive item. In fact, it's going to be it's going to be BKB, which is going to queue up next. Hoodwink doing his best in order to waste some time. In fact, Hoodwink and they walked in separate directions, but they eventually come make a round of the jungle and meet themselves again. So that was kind of funny to watch. All right, so Wisdom Root. Okay, it's a 20-minute Tormentor, which would be infiltrated by Infinity and not giving that gold away in the favor of Gods of Hell. But Gods of Hell don't want to give this advantage just away for free. They are trying to get a kill onto the Witch Doctor. Just to remind you, this is going to be his first life. In the meantime, Alchemist has actually made it towards the backlines of Infinity, is able to snag a kill onto the Pudge. His life could be in danger, but Chemical Rage finally comes off cooldown and is able to regain a lot of his HP with his BKB as well. Ember Spirit has walked into the party, is able to get a kill onto the Alchemist. So a 3-for-3 trade so far for both the teams, and I think it's a balanced out fight in between in between the both of the teams actually. But eventually, Ember Spirit, with the kind of farm he has, able to snag out additional kills, putting this fight completely in favor of Infinity, wherein there was only just the Doom who survived this engagement. But in the hindsight, if you look at it, more gold was given away to Gods of Hell compared to Infinity. Just because they are so far behind on the map, they are still 8,000 gold at a net worth disadvantage. So a good fight coming out from them. To be honest, they really, made a fist out of the fight and actually got something out of it, rather than just losing their wisdom rune and just looking at the heroes of Infinity walk away by doing that crime or by stealing that rune from them. Okay, so where are we progressing towards now? A big smoke coming out from Gods of Hell. Uh, in fact, I think Infinity are well aware of what is happening. No, in fact, we're just going to go for their Tormentor. But that would give a signal to Gods of Hell, or give a clear-cut idea where the Infinity heroes are. In fact, because of that information, they are able to get a kill successfully onto Enchantress. And now it is, the Dark Willow who has been kind of left to be fed for the vultures. So I'm calling Infinite the vultures, who did make their way towards the jungle and kind of get a kill onto Hoodwink. And again, Witch Doctor is just a feeder, dude. I think he should have a gazillion gold saved. Did he just sell? Did he sell it so early? I think he sold it for the Spirit Vessel, dude. I thought he would save it for the Aghanim Scepter. Dang it. I would seriously like to see a Witch Doctor who saves enough gold for an Aghanim Scepter at a certain point in this, in any game, by Witch Doctor. That would be really fun to watch. I think he'll have to give away, what, 30-35 kills before he's able to buy his Aghanims. Most probably. So, excuse me. So yeah, that would be fun to watch. Storm Spirit is in fact going to go after Enchantress for the gazillion time. I think it's just the revenge they want to put onto the Enchantress with the defeat which they received. And it was because of the Enchantress which actually screwed their game the last time around. Alchemist has lost a lot of HP actually. Does have his BKB to work with. I don't think they are doing enough damage onto the Alchemist in order to get a kill onto him, since his Chemical Rage is running already back to half HP. But in order to attempt his life, 3 of his own heroes will have to sacrifice their lives. It is just a Doom and 2 support heroes, so I don't think the Alchemist minds that. To be honest, he would not mind that at all. At least they saved his life, and well, as we have seen throughout this game, Witch Doctor is a feeder. If you look at it, he has like 6 kills, 15 deaths, and 11 assists. So yeah, he has not had a good game at all, dude. On the Witch Doctor, they have just been kind of targeting him and killing him over and over again. And that would be pretty apparent in the scorecard as well, which kind of looks like this. So 12 deaths on Hoodwink and 15 deaths on Witch Doctor. So that is basically where the majority of the kill difference is in between the two teams. When Witch Doctor is just kind of feeding. Enchantress is kind of feeding as well. So a lot of feed coming out from the supports of Gods of Hell, and that probably is going to be the difference in between the two teams. Storm Spirit could be in a little bit of trouble, is not trying to defend his tier 2 tower in the middle. In fact, they're just going to give it up away for free. And I think it's again the top tier 2 tower as well, which would eventually be taking a tumble. In fact, Wraith King could be in a little bit of trouble. He is kind of TPing. No. They don't meet each other. In fact, Doom is also able to successfully TP away to safety. We are 25 minutes into the game at the moment. There is a 13,000 net worth advantage in the favor of Infinity. Most probably, they would like to get their hands on Roche before they attempt any further. Um, in fact, before they attempt the high ground, because it's that much late into the game. It is already 26 minutes in. Alchemist could be in a little bit of trouble. Being attempted. No, well, they just leave him alone. In fact, with Aegis of Immortal, Wraith King has already started his assault on the top tier 3 tower, which he is able to chunk away in about, say, 4 hits or 5 hits probably. But yeah, they really have to be careful with this Wraith King because he is doing a lot of damage. Does have his Sanjan Yasha completed along with his Armlet and Radiance with the Bing Dagger. His AC would be completed in the next 1220 gold odd. So he will have that to work with as well. And an enchanted quiver onto the Wraith King. So yeah, so the first hit he does on any heroes is probably going to melt away. Let's see how much damage he does to a specific hero. It would be a really interesting stat to watch because he has all the making in order to one-shot couple of heroes from the Radiant side. In fact, I think Hoodwink and Witch Doctor are probably going to be one-hit dude. Not the Alchemist and Doom. Even the Storm Spirit would survive for a bit. But let's see how much damage. Witch Doctor was able to use his shard in order to bring down some damage, bring out some damage. Wraith King already losing his first life. Still does have Aegis of Immortal for next 6 seconds. I'm not exactly sure how much they want to push towards it, but Ember Spirit is already in below the tier 2 or 4 tower, is able to kind of walk away from the engagement, but it is going to be Pudge who loses his life first, closely followed by Ember Spirit. So a little bit of extension coming out from Infinity, but in return they are able to get a kill on the Alchemist. Witch Doctor is always dead, dude. Which does not the Witch Doctor does not get to play game of Dota against the Draft and Infinity. It's just that I don't think they're showing the hate towards that hero. Right. So at least they were able to save their tier 3 tower, which did not eventually end up going down. They did lose their Alchemist in the process, but that kind of slowed the assault. That's kind of dragging the game further. We are already 30 minutes into the game now, almost 30 minutes into the game. Which Doctor, again, he respawned, used his ultimate for 1 second and died. But Weaver is going to be the hero who would pay for that aggression. In fact, Enchantress could be in trouble, but Wraith King walks in. There is a stun from him, a hook from Pudge, and there goes the mid lane for the side of Gods of Hell. They really have to be careful how they feed away these skills, bro. Just kind of play a little more conservative, because you have got an opportunity to farm, so why not just farm the shit out of that opportunity which you're getting, which is a very rare instance for them in the series, to be honest, wherein Infinity are kind of backing away on the map. Well, it was very close to their tier 3 tower, but again, they could have been more careful and Storm Spirit should not have died there, is what I mean to say. Okay, so it is the Tormentor, which would be going down for the Radiant side. There are 4 heroes clumped up together, and they should be able to successfully finish off the Tormentor, which goes into the hands of Hoodwink, who will have the Sharpshooter. Well, now it's the Hunter's Boomerang as the additional skill now, which just basically places a debuff onto the affected targets. A little bit of more spell damage. That means, through Hoodwink, Storm would be able to do more damage Alchemist with his chemical rage would kind of hurt a little bit more than it should. But yeah, these are minor things, right? Infinity should be able to get through this hassle. But a little bit of power up coming for Gods of Hell. In fact, the power up is on Wraith King as well, who is able to chop down Hoodwink in an instant. Nice roots coming out from Ember Spirit, just stopping the Radiant heroes on their tracks before they can make any attempt to chase down the Dire heroes. Wraith King does have his second life available back with him, so should not be feeling too scared in case if he's gone upon. In fact, he would like the side of Gods of Hell to go upon him because they will have to waste a lot of spells in order to bring down the hero. Net worth advantage is standing at 15,000 in favor of Infinity, and we are 31 minutes into the game. Um, Really, they have stopped the game from ending at 21, well, even the 16-minute mark. So really, you really have to give kudos to the side of Gods of Hell. At least they are putting up a fight this time around. That's really nice to see. Right, so well, Alchemist has completed his BKB as we have seen from a very long time ago. Will have his Assault Cuirass completed in a very short while. And for Weaver, what does he have? He has a Gleipnir. And well, it is no Doom been committed now. Doom still has Doom available and his Blink Dagger in case if he wants to use it. Storm Spirit could have been a little bit of trouble, but is able to walk away from the engagement. So, other than the Witch Doctor, they are going to lose their Doom as well in this engagement, and that would mean end of couple of towers. And it totally depends how fast Witch Doctor wants to finish out these towers. And just to remind you, they still don't have the Aegis of Immortal advantage in their hand. They're just going in with brute force and not caring about the damage output from the Alchemist. In fact, who has used his BKB and Chemical Rage, so would not be in any shape or fighting form for this defense because he would just walk in and die immediately. They are going to be facing Mega Creeps in the next 15 to 20 seconds. They have about what? 8 seconds before their Doom respawns and 12 seconds before Hoodwink. Not exactly sure if Wraith King actually wants to step back because he is farmed. He's very farmed on the map right now. He's very strong. He knows it. His entire team knows it, and it has to be Radiant who have to be really careful. And Aghanim Scepter, a nice three-man pull coming out from Storm Spirit, but unfortunately they don't have any follow-up damage behind the Storm Spirit, and they are eventually going to be facing Mega Creeps. In fact, Hoodwink as a support is going to feed another life away in the cause of the defense, and it is only the Alchemist who is alive, who I don't think would be able to make it back to his base, who is not allowed to do so. And eventually we'll look at the GG call coming out at 34 minutes into the game. So good game, well played, people. It is Infinity who is going to come out on top on the series with a 2-0 victory over Gods of Hell, who really have to find their footings in this competition altogether because they are losing their matches back to back. Right, so let's go ahead and look at the standing of the series so far. We have what couple of groups to work with, so I'll just go with a group at a time and get you on board with what the series is looking like. So at the moment, just a second here. Okay, so the standings are pretty much looking like in Group A, it is Hokori on the top, closely followed by Kali, Grin Esports, and Infinity. Infinity have just played one series and they have won it 1-0, so they have 3 points to work with. X5 and Gods of Hell are at the bottom of the table. In fact, Gods of Hell are right at the bottom of it. X5 Gaming with 3 points, Hokori with 5, Kali with 5. So the first 4 teams are going to make it to the playoffs. So on Group B, the top of the chart is with Lava Esports, Infamous, South Team, and Apex. And the bottom two teams of that group are going to be Fusion and Random Esports. Next series which we are going to watch is going to be between South Team and Lava Esports. Now, Lava Esports is at the top of Group B, and South Team is at number 3. So, would be really interesting to see how both these teams, perform in a head-to-head matchup. That would be a really interesting series to watch, though. The next series, which is coming up, because both the teams are kind of performing well, performing good. So it should be an even matchup. The match starts in about an hour from now. So yeah, I'll be taking a break, people, but we would be watching that series an hour from now. It is going to be a best of 3 series. So yeah, please leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll be meeting you guys for game number 1 in between South Team and Lava Esports. See you soon, people.
without you here with me. If I can find a way, come sing with me. With all the joy that we got in our heart, lost somewhere in the gray in between. I forget how happy
Hello and welcome to game number one in a best of three series between Lava Esports and South Team. Uh, my name is Nick and I will be your caster for today for this specific series. We are going to be having a lot of fun here. Looking into the draft, right into it, Lava Esports have banned out Lycan and Visage to start off with, and then we'll be waiting for, well, they banned out something. It's just not visible here for some reason. It's bugged out. So we'll just leave that for later. Anyhow, the series which we saw today were what? Yeah, it was basically Grin versus Cully, wherein Cully were that went to it went to the distance. It was a best of three series, and Cully did eventually come out on top. The next series was Infinity versus Gods of Hell, who are not doing pretty well for themselves. So every series they have played so far, they have just basically won one game in the entire tournament as of now. Right. As we are looking at group. This is again a match between Group B, the number one and number three team from Group B. So let's see if Lava Esports are able to maintain their top position, or South team is able to kind of crawl up, because they need one win to be leveled up with Infamous, and if they get two wins, definitely they are going to move to the top position, accompanying Lava Esports. That would be an interesting thing to watch out for. Other than that, moving into the draft, we were banned out. We were picked up for South Team as their first hero, and Lava Esports have gone with Clockwork. So draft looks, well. It's still in the beginning phases of it. The draft would be revealed to us at some point later in the game, though. Right, so we are going to see an Ogre Magi by South Team. I would love to see what. So he's definitely going to be in support. Let's see if he's trading on to a core matchup, and how he performs there. Would be very interesting to watch. Alright, and we get a Dragon Knight immediately, and then a Hoodwink. So three heroes from Lava Esports: Clockwork, Dragon Knight, Hoodwink. I think Dragon Knight might be going in the mid lane here. Well, it can be in off lane, can be a position one. Who in the hell knows? But South team, that's pretty much the same. I don't know. Ogre can be played in core as well. Weaver can be played both as a core and support. So we are going to see a position 3 Brewmaster. That's not bad.
Seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
Right, so moving on to the fourth pick from South team. That's Templar Assassin. Somehow Templar Assassin has made it into out of the banning phase of it. Most of the series we have seen so far, Templar Assassin and Shadow Fiend are the most contested, the most banned out heroes as yet. And Pangolier and the Dark Willow has been banned by South team, and Lava Esports have gone with bans of Visage, Phoenix, Chaos Knight, and Broodmother. So yeah, some important, some very good hero bans coming out from both the teams. Pretty hot and happening heroes, which can be pretty devastating in case if they are left to farm a little bit or get a good early start in the game. They can just pretty much end the game in a jiffy. Right, and we get a life stealer. Right on. I really feel life stealer is a very good hero against any of the heroes South team is coming up with currently. Lava Esports, I don't know. I think Dragon Knight is going to go to position 3. Lifestealer in position 1. They are yet to pick up their mid lane, which would probably be going against Templar Assassin, is what I feel. Templar Assassin can be played as position 1 as well, so that's a debate we are going to save for later, as in what's the outcome of that.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team banned.
Right. Well, I think South team basically used up all their reserve time and they missed 2 bans, is what I'm feeling right now. It's not actually a bug. I think I might have missed that at the starting part of the draft phase.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
Well, this is the last ban of the draft, and after that we'll have the 2 picks coming out for both the teams, as in 2 last picks. Well, they do have 1 minute of reserve time left, so the draft would be ending pretty soon here. It just takes a long time for the drafting to go, drafting to end, is what I feel in Dota. I think it's the most attention to detail which you put into the draft for a Dota game, just because you have so many choices. We're just spoiled for choices in terms of hero and strategies. It's a game wherein you require the most amount of them, and the most amount of brain has to go into it. It's just a very complicated game, and we love to watch it. Right, still waiting for the last ban from Lava Esports. They're really putting a hard thought into it. And Kotal has been banned, so well, as per Lava Esports, I think South team are still looking for their mid laner, and Templar Assassin most probably would be going towards the south, towards the safe lane. Darkseer, well, they were well. I thought Dragon Knight might be going to offlane, but in fact he isn't. So we will be looking at a mid Dragon Knight along with an offlane Darkseer. And for South team, it's going to be a mid Wind Ranger. Right, pretty good draft coming out from both the teams. I don't mind any of these drafts. Have the potential to actually carry the game. Why are there 2 life stealers on my screen currently? That just looks so creepy. I'm hoping you guys are seeing that as well. It's just freaking 2 life stealers coming out of each other, looking extremely creepy, bro. I think that's the first time I've seen that. Probably a bug, but looks very weird. Anywho's, well, we will see barbecue. Well, that's BBQ or barbecue, whatever you want to call it, on Clockwork. Faker would be on Dragon Knight. We'll have Pampelona on Hoodwink, DAAD on Lifestealer, and Adrian on Darkseer. For South team, we'll have Marsha on Weaver, Austin on Ogre Magi, Hermit on Brewmaster, Sheol on Templar Assassin, and Argus on Wind Ranger. Alright, so pretty nice draft coming out from both the team. Wind Ranger should have a pretty okay lane in the mid against Dragon Knight. And Dragon Knight should be doing pretty okay. He's just a tanky hero, right? In fact, I actually think Dragon Knight might come out on the top in mid lane, just because of this breathe fire and just reducing the damage on Wind Ranger, who is practically able to do nothing. I played that matchup a couple of times, so I know Wind Ranger does like meh. Yeah, that matchup can be in favor of Dragon Knight a little bit. But what happens is the match is something what we are waiting to watch. Anyways, this is the starting of game number 1 in a best of 3 series. So that's very exciting, and it's going to be definitely a good series to watch because these both of these teams can put up a fight and grab a win for themselves. It's totally up to the execution part of it. There's no as such different between the skill levels, but that's what we are waiting to watch, though. How exciting these teams can make this match or this draft. A lot of movement by the Radiant side into their own jungle, suspecting, you know, or hoping to of just one of the dire heroes showing up and giving away first blood. Right. They have a sneaky ward in the dire triangle or the ancient area, or if you want to call it the outpost area, you can call it either of the names there. But in fact, they are not going to find anyone though. But they're trying to be really aggressive and actually get something out of the movement they were making on the map. Right. Dire do have a vision set up around, and in fact, there are 2 observer wards in the same area. So both these teams do know their whereabouts. Let's see what they are able to achieve, though. I think there might be a fight for first blood. No. In fact, it's 3 runes going in the favor of lava. I'm sorry, 3 runes going in the favor of South team, wherein lava are able to only get 1 rune for themselves, since Brewmaster was able to sneak in and take the rune for himself in the bottom jungle, in the bottom Radiant jungle. Right on. Looking at the lanes, I suspected Windrager to go mid, but no. Windrager is at the top as safe laner. We will see Templar Assassin, in fact, going towards the mid lane against Dragon Knight. Let's in fact go ahead and finish the top lane first. We're going to see a Windranger position 1 with Ogre Magi, who would be playing position 5. And for the Radiant side, it's going to be Darkseer paired up with Hoodwink for Lava. And in the meantime, just a courier being assassinated. No biggie. In the mid lane, we are going to see a Templar Assassin going against the Dragon Knight. I think Templar Assassin should be okay in this lane, though. And should not have many problems countering Dragon Knight. In fact, both these heroes should be able to get pretty good farm for themselves. Templar Assassin at a certain point can take over with the damage burst, but Dragon Knight will have that health regen and the armor for him to sustain through the laning phase of it. Right, looking at the... Well, is there any signs of a split? No, in fact, no. Ogre Magi is just too tanky for Lava to be killed. In fact, I was in fact wrong, and it is going to be Ogre Magi who gives away first blood in the favor for Lava Esports. And yeah, that's going to be fun for Lava, though. Lava is going to be really happy with what has recently happened. Getting first blood on their Darkseer, a lot of gold going into his pocket. That's always helpful. In the mid lane, TA kind of little low on HP. 2-minute water runes is going to be divided in between the 2 heroes, so nothing much differentiating there. Both of the heroes are doing pretty much equal in terms of last hit. Looking at the bottom lane, it is a Clockwork plus a Lifestealer going against Weaver and well, a Brewmaster. Okay, Weaver does throw out his bugs connecting on to Clockwork and Lifestealer, but they both should be pretty okay in the lane there. What wizard did he go for? Okay, it's the slow enemies, it's not the experience with bugs. So, Templar Assassin, after reaching level 4, has kind of gotten an upper hand in the mid lane, since the damage output from TA is drastically increasing as with the levels. So Dragon Knight has to be a little careful, has to stay off lane a little bit in order to regain his HP. and not missing too many last hits in the process. Of course, that's the most important part. A nice little pull coming out from Hoodwink, able to kind of pull the lane equilibrium in their favor. So that should be good for them. Darkseer in well, literally he's just big massive team fight hero. Does not do much in the lane, but other than that, we did see a Weaver going down, closely followed by a Clockwork in the bottom lane. But it's only the supports who have gone down, and both the cores are kind of content in farming. Both are pretty much at full HP all times. Brewmaster does pretty well in laning himself, and should be okay against the Lifestealer, to be honest. Should not be much of a problem there. But as we were praising the Darkseer, he does end up eventually losing his life in favor of Ogre Magi, but assist certainly goes to Windranger. Windranger, falling low on HP, has to use the Windrun in order to not take any further damage coming out from Hoodwink. Has a lot of HP. In terms of region, still has to ship out tangos, and does ship out gloves of haste accompanied along with it. So should have sustained in couple of minutes, well, in say about 30 to 40 seconds in high inventory. Should be safe till then. Should not be in any bits of trouble whatsoever, since it's standing securely below the tier 1 tower. Dragon Knight is after the life of Templar Assassin at the moment, does have refractions available, would be able to pull that up, dish out a lot of damage onto the Dragon Knight once the refractions are on, is able to successfully clear out the creep wave, and it's Dragon Knight who will be farming that entire wave below his tier 1 tower. Okay. Bottom lane, Lifestealer could be in a little bit of trouble, but there is Clockwork very near him. They were able to kind of destroy the cogs, and we were getting out of it successfully. The Germinate attack does certainly help in clearing out the cogs, since it is a double attack. A nice way to kind of eradicate any damage coming his way. A rotation coming out from both the supports in the mid lane, since we are approaching the 6-minute mark, and in fact it is going to be the rune is okay. There is a rune at the bottom side of the map. In fact, we are going to see we are not going to see the kill onto the Templar Assassin. Is able to successfully evade the attack. There are a couple of heroes in the vicinity, but a long shot from Windranger comes and ends the life of the Clockwork. In fact, it is going to be Ogre who could be in a little bit of trouble. Dragon Knight has to be really careful how he approaches further, because there are two hungry cores from the side of South team who are kind of desperate for his blood, honestly. But eventually, out of all the rotations which happened, it was only the Clockwork who lost his life in the engagement, and it's basically an equal gold exchange in between the two teams. Alright. In terms of net worth, 6 minutes into the game, let's first talk about the 7-minute wisdom rune. One is going to Weaver, and the other one would be taken by Hoodwink. The sad part is Hoodwink is still not level 5, even after getting the wisdom rune, and while taking that, they did lose their life on the Darkseer, so that kind of sucks. And along with it, they were able to get a kill onto the Clockwork as well. Lifestealer should be able to use Enrage and walk away, but Weaver wants to pursue this fight. He does because he does has this extra Shikuchi movement speed, and there was a Clockwork in the vicinity as well who was able to help Weaver finish off the kill and get a little bit of gold for himself. So does have one level advantage on top of the Lifestealer on the Brewmaster. So that's a pretty good thing to get, isn't it? Because he will have the split available for him to utilize in case if his life is attempted upon. So off laners having a good lane is always appreciated, I guess. Right. 8-minute rune went. It was a haste rune. which is grab it. Look at him run, bro. That's so funny. I'm coming after you. It's like it's not even a sword anymore. It's just like he has a fucking, uh,
Radiant's middle tower is
I don't know,
losing its foundation.
a katana in his hand. That's also a sword. So, anyways, Templar Assassin says I've had enough with this tier 1 tower. Uses the
Dire
refractions,
structures are fortified.
chunks down half HP from the tier 1 tower.
Strategy.
So yeah, and that's it. Moves backwards after that. In fact, there might be a little bit of action happening in the top lane. There is Shackle Shock successfully connecting onto the Dragon Knight, who could be in a lot of trouble. But it is no, he is eventually going to die. And in fact, it is a Wind Ranger who is on a killing spree right now. And the Daxia could be in a world of hurt is if he's not able to move away quickly. But no, it's a great shackle coming out from the Wind Ranger, locking him against a tree, and they are able to successfully kill the Darkseer as well. So two good core kills for the side of South team, wherein focus fire was committed onto the Dragon Knight, and the damage was enough in order to bring the tanky hero down. Ogre Magi could be in a little bit of trouble, but I think the cogs are enough in order to kind of stop him from hitting the cogs. So cogs helping cogs there, and eventually they are able to get a kill in position 5 Ogre Magi. 3000 net worth advantage all of a sudden for South team with the moves they made in the top area of the map along with the mid area. Templar Assassin was eventually able to bring down the mid tier 1 tower all by herself. And now a little bit of farming stage starts for Lava Esports. I think they really have a little bit of catching up to do on the map in terms of itemization and where they are currently. So Lifestealer probably is going into what, a Radiance next along with the Brewmaster.
Dire's top tower
Now,
is
yeah,
under attack.
Lifestealer would eventually be going into. He's going for an armlet first. Dragon Knight, this is attempt number 2 on the tier 1, top tier 1 tower. He does have a lot of friends nearby, but his friends are taking a lot of damage. This is like partial feeding. However, a great move by Darkseer, which was able to connect. They might be able to get a kill on the Ogre Magi. In fact, they are not. Focus fire was committed onto the Dragon Knight, who has to walk away, and maintain a distance from the Wind Ranger. And in totality of it, after everything said and done, they only lost their clockwork. They'd be very happy that their Lifestealer is at least farming. It would be very difficult for Brewmaster to bring down this Lifestealer, so he should be pretty okay in that context there for sure. Right. So it is 11 minutes now. 4,000 net worth advantage. Again, are we going to see an attempt number 4? No, it's going to be attempt number 3 in case of Dragon Knight's join. Dragon Knight is not joining. In fact, he's in the jungle. It looks so funny with him, running around with the sword. It's a nice set. I really like the set he has, though. My set is kind of funny.
It fights for its Dire's top tower.
My set basically looks like this. Woo! Not bad, right? Anyways, focus fire is committed again onto the tier 1 tower. I just did that because it just nothing much was happening on the map. Anyways, right. So tier 1 tower would be going down in favor of Wind Ranger. Focus fire committed. Not the longest of cooldown is just 50 seconds. Wind Ranger is like May. And in the meantime, one big item completed on Darkseer, which is the Mechanism, can make a lot of difference in case if there is a team fight. In fact, out of Lifestealer and Brewmaster, is the Brewmaster who is first in the race. Does not have boots, point to be noted, but has his Radiance completed. It's only 12 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, so that's excellent timing for a Brewmaster to get his Radiance. On the other side, we will. There is an attempt onto the Wind Ranger, and oh my goodness, yeah, that's a big kill for the side of Lava. They did get what, 472 gold on their Hoodwink, who becomes like a mega carry in case if the game goes and longer, and 342 gold for the Dragon Knight, I suppose. Right. Dragon Knight has already taken the top tier 1 tower, is eyeing towards the bottom tier 1 tower now, but suspects a rotation, which he's right in order to think. But eventually, his TP is stopped by Ogre Magi. They're able to catch up to him and get a kill. So Wind Ranger dying, Dragon Knight feeding the kill back in favor for South team. Mm, yeah, happens. It is a big map after all. But I think the biggest benefactor of all this aggression and between the two teams is going to be the Lifestealer, who has been quietly farming away in jungle. Um, what does he have in terms of? Um, he's still quite a bit away from his radiance just because he just completed his armlet. Clockwork, I not sure if he had the vision of Viva nearby. In fact, it could be the Darkseer who's gone upon. He is able to use the wall, kind of negate a lot of damage. Is able to survive for a very, very long time, and in fact, they are the one who get a kill on Viva before even the Darkseer dying. So he would be appreciating at least that little bit of gold which comes into experience, which comes into the pocket. In fact, Lifestealer has started to, well, is wanting to join the fight. Does have the armlet completed. Brewmaster just had used his split. Split is under cooldown now. Lifestealer taking a lot of damage from the Templar Assassin. But again, he is a big tanky boy now with the armlet activated. Should not be feeling too scared in that context. But now he has a Templar Assassin and Ogre Magi kind of following him to the high ground. They decide against it, and I think that's a wise decision. In fact, the Blink Dagger being shown by the Dragon Knight, who was able to get his son onto the Wind Ranger, losing a lot of HP, but eventually does not die. Hoodwink, in fact, is going to die, and I think a lot of Lava heroes are in trouble just because of the great Shackle Shot coming out from Wind Ranger, which results in, what, 2 additional kills for South team. Most damage done by Templar Assassin and Brewmaster for South team, and it was a Lifestealer who was doing a lot, but him dying actually sucks at the moment. He did not have Infestor as well available for his disposal just because he started the fight with an Infest. A lot given away by Lava. They could have been careful and not lost the Lifestealer because it was the Darkseer who was being gone upon. They really could have abandoned that fight and backed away, but that aggression actually cost them a lot. Now South team is with a 7,000 net worth advantage, which is very substantial when we consider that we are only 16 minutes into the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may Dire's structures are fortified. Doom is on the wing.
Right, so how far is Templar Assassin? Okay, Templar Assassin has completed the Desolator now. Blink Dagger is definitely going to be the next choice of item. Um, and what other item has been picked up? Dragon Knight, we did see the Blink Dagger already shown by him. Since Templar Assassin had the Desolator and Wind Ranger with an amplified damage rune. Well, in fact, even without the Templar Assassin, they were able to kill off. They were able to get the Aegis of Immortal in the hands of Wind Ranger. So we might see a little bit of aggression, which can come out from South team since they have another big item in terms of Blink Dagger completed on the Templar Assassin. So they really have the tools in order to jump and clear a mirror, as in delete a hero from the face of the map, with the Templar Assassin and the Wind Ranger doing a lot of physical damage, honestly, and bringing that to the table. In fact, even Dragon Knight might seem like paper in case if they're able to just get their hands on their hero with a hero with all the negative armor they have for their disposal. Tier 2 item is available on Templar Assassin. Let's see what she wants to switch it out to. Dragon Knight might be in trouble. In fact, there is the Gleipnir completed from the Wind Ranger. So that is one item I missed because she had Aegis. Anyways, Gleipnir is completed, was able to get a hold of Dragon Knight, finish him off. I don't think there would be any resistance coming out from Lava's team since they don't have the Dragon Knight available for their disposal. Lifestealer still needs about say 5 minutes at least to be well, if not 5, I would say 3 minutes to get his radiance completed. So we are like at what 18 and a half minutes. If he completes it in the next 3 minutes is actually a miracle. But in fact, I think he might not be that lucky because there are a lot of no, it's just the Weaver. Um, and they're not able to get the vision of Life's journey. He's able to successfully walk away. But Tier 2 Tower did not have the option of walking away, eventually giving up its life. Clockwork being gone upon, just some poking damage from a distance, doing a shit ton of it to be honest. Brewmaster does have his split available in case if he wants to go ahead and use it, which he eventually does. I think that was a stun wasted from the Dragon Knight onto the Brewmaster because they did not definitely have the damage in order to finish him off there. In fact, in return, they get a dieback on their Clockwork, and I mean, he died. He came back, he died. Dragon Knight dies, their Darkseer dies. So they're losing 4 heroes, and suddenly we see the net worth advantage jumping to 12,000 in the favor of South team. So a very impressive showing, to be honest. The way they have controlled the map after it went to say 16, 17 minutes, and after they got their initial burst of items, the aggression has been non-stop. They have not taken the foot off the pedal. In fact, they might be able to now. They don't have enough lockdown, or did not have the vision of Hoodwink in order to get the lockdown. Does Weaver have any lockdown? No. Yeah, he has a Eol Scepter, but probably was not able to get in range, and Wind Ranger was little low on mana herself. Okay. So, what? How many tier 2 towers are left now? There's just one tier 2 tower left in the favor of Lava. I'm not sure if they are going to come out of the base and defend this tower, which would probably mean that, you know, South team would get an opportunity to end this game. At this point in time, yes, they are going to lose this tier 1 tower. There is only a minute and 15 seconds left on Aegis of Immortal. In fact, the hook shot misses onto the creep, and Templar Assassin is able to TP away. They did manage to lose the Aegis of Immortal onto the hands of Wind Ranger, but in return, how many kills are they going to leak out would be the big question. In fact, that being just the Dragon Knight and Clockwork, not exactly sure if that attempt was really required or needed. They could have stayed it for high ground because the tower was eventually going to go down, right? You did not have all your heroes in the vicinity in order to take that fight. So this is a play when you're fighting from behind, or when you're playing from behind. You have to be really careful how, in as in, you know, if you're seeing a kill, go for a kill, but at least don't feed your life away in the favor of the opposition team who's already winning. So that would be one thing they could have been wary about. Right. Smoke coming out from South team. Let's see whom they are able to catch lurking around in the area. In fact, it is going to be the Dragon Knight. Focus fire already committed. A follow-up stun by Ogre Magi, and that's boop. And the Dragon Knight dies. Yeah, you know, as discussed in the initial parts of the game, in case a Wind Ranger gets enough farm along with the Templar Assassin, they can make this Dragon Knight look like paper, which he is currently looking like. His Blink Dagger is going to be completed in another 720 gold, but that's still a long way away for a dead hero who is not even on the map. So, just seems so far when you're not on the map, not doing anything, and just waiting for yourself to respawn. In fact, in the meantime, Clockwork gave his life away in the favor of Weaver. I think it's a combination of Weaver and Brewmaster who are able to blow the Clockwork into oblivion. Most probably he was just trying to split, kind of split push, so that the creeps don't, their heroes have some space on the map. So it's basically a sacrifice you're offering to gods to let their cores farm. Did not work out so well though. Yeah, core. What's Lifestealer up to? He is in the top part of the jungle. I think he has his radiance completed now. So one big upgrade for the Lifestealer, but he just needs so much more. In comparison, if we are looking at Wind Ranger, has a BKB Gleipnir completed, will have her 2 courier kills, pretty nice. Will have Lincoln Sphere completed in a bit on the Wind Ranger, so it will become that much more difficult because one stun they have is Dragon Knight stun. Other than that, they just have Lockdown, which can be evaded pretty easily by blocking bar. Right, I think it's the next Roshan and then go time for South team because they should be able to close out this game. But high ground in this patch can be so very tricky. In fact, we see another attempt onto the Darkseer, wherein Wind Ranger was able to get on top of him, and Wind Ranger is rocking it at the moment. All the heroes from the side of lava are looking like paper. That includes the Dragon Knight. Lifestealer was not even is not even in his base to help out his team. Well, this fight basically looked like 4 overfarmed heroes versus 5 overfarmed heroes versus 4 peoples. To be honest, they really did not stand a chance in that fight whatsoever. South team are wanting to close out this game. There are no tier 2 towers to defend. Let's see if Lifestealer even comes back to the gate before GG is called for Lava Esports. In fact, no. He just came back to the base. Did infest himself into the Darkseer. They did try the the wall whack as well. But overall, them not even getting a single kill out of it, and South team with a 29,000 net worth advantage is no joke, dude. This is definitely no joke. They have to be really careful as in how they present or where they show themselves on the map because it could get really, really difficult for them. Their heroes are getting picked apart left and right as it is in the or in the series at the moment. Okay, so buyback status, well, only the Hoodwink has it available. So 3 big cores from South team leading the network charts at the moment. And then, well, it is a support Weaver who is ahead of a core Dragon Knight and a core Darkseer. So if that gives you a picture how this game is going for South team. Right, so again, it's going to be wait for Mr. Roshan for South team before they try and close out this game number 1 in the best of 3 series. But again, it is up to Lava to defend their base. They have items flowing in terms of there's a Sanj on Lifestealer with extra 20% slow resistance and 20% health regen and lifesteal amp, so that's something, if nothing. There is a Gleipnir completed on Hoodwink and well, a Blink on Darkseer and a Blink and a BKB on Dragon Knight. Really, he has just been a paper throughout the game with the physical damage coming out from Wind Ranger. So Dragon Knight has been a non-factor, to be honest. Okay. Lifestealer does show his face in face of his tier 3 tower, trying to soak up some damage, which is coming in terms of this Templar Assassin, who is bloodlusted as well. Clockwork misses his hook shot, and in return, I don't think they are going to be very happy with that, since it is their Lifestealer who dies first, closely followed by the rest of the heroes, I suppose, and they die back on the Clockwork as well. So at the moment, South team has no team to fight against, and it is comprehensive win over Lava from South team. I think they played really well. As soon as the 13-14 minute mark ended, they were able to get the items. For example, Desolator on the Templar Assassin, Gleipnir on their Wind Ranger, Brewmaster with his Radiance, which was completed at like 12 minutes. So with all the items they had to play around with, it was a clean game from South team, and they should be really proud of the way they played. Anyways, that concludes the game number one. We will be watching game number two next, people. So stay tuned. Enjoy the music. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you like the cast. That really helps. And I'll see you guys for game number two. Stay tuned, people. Thank you for watching.
seconds left. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team ban. You have 10 seconds left. Radiant team ban.
Hello, people. My name is Nick, and welcome to game number 2 in a best of 3 series in between Lava Esports and South Team of EPL World Series America 2023-24 season. It was a pretty good first game to start off with, a little bit challenging for Lava Esports, wherein they kind of lost the footing after, say, 15-17 minutes into the game. On the side of South Team, once they had their items, so it was just a matter of closing it out pretty nicely, which they eventually were able to do so. Moving into game number 2, this is going to be an exciting game because this would decide in case if South Team is able to kind of take the series 2-0, or we might move into a game number 3, which again could be very exciting in between the both teams. Right on. So draft looks like what bans for Lava Esports are Lycan, Visage, Weaver, and Broodmother. Weaver as a support for South Team last match did wonders. So I'm pretty sure they would like to ban out the Weaver and not be facing him again with the kind of performance he had, because he was kind of eclipsing a couple of his core heroes as well, to be honest. Right. Still the bans coming out. In terms of pick, we have Clockwork for Lava Esports, and South Team has picked up Brewmaster.
Radiant team pick. You have 10 seconds left.
Right, so bans coming out from South Team. Pangolier.
5 seconds left.
We have Dark Willow, Shadow Fiend, Gyro, and Phoenix.
Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick Radiant Dusk.
Two quick picks coming from South team, where the Tusk and Dazzle. Lava have gone with Grimstroke. Combination of Dazzle, I think, most probably can go towards mid lane.
You have 10 seconds.
Mostly I've seen him in mid lane in majority of the tournament. He might be switched over to a support. That's something we'll find out soon enough. But the chances are that Dazzle is going to go to mid lane. Lava Esports have just revealed their support so far, which is a combination of Clockwork and Grim.
Radiant team pick Tide.
Tiny against Dazzle in mid lane. I wonder who wins. I think it could be Dazzle
You have 10 seconds.
who could win that matchup.
You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick Invoker.
And we get an Invoker. A pretty exciting draft, to be honest, from Lava Esports. Nice mix of damage. They are leaving their carry pick to be the last. And South team, well, they have a pretty good draft as well. Brewmaster in the last game we saw was able to get his Radiance 12 minutes into the game, say 12 and a half minutes. So that was pretty good timing. And then he was active everywhere on the map, getting kills after kills. Made a lot of difference in the mid game.
Dire team ban.
And we get a Terror Blade. That's new. Haven't seen a Terror Blade game for a while now. So this would be interesting to watch how this Terror Blade is able to perform in this game number 2.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team
Tree and
ban.
Protector ban. Okay, so I think Lava Esports also thinks that Dazzle is probably going to be mid. That's the reason they are banning out a couple of support heroes.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
Darksteer Underlord ban. Ember Spirit has come into the picture against Invoker, and it is going to be Muerta for Lava Esports. Alright, against a Terrorblade. Let's see who wins the matchup. I seriously believe Muerta has the potential to carry this game for Lava Esports and take this series into game number 3. Really depends upon, again, I just say that in every match though, but a lot of it depends upon the laning phase of it, because we are seeing the games ending in say 25-30 minutes to the maximum, and not many games are witnessed which are going to the latter stages of the you know post 30-40 minutes basically. So in case this game really has the potential to go the distance, as in go for say 30-40 minutes. I really see very high potential of this game going there though, and will totally depends how the lanes go, and the mid game and all that jazz. To be honest. All right, let's look at who's playing what. Barbecue would be on Clockwork, Pampelona is on Grimstroke, Adrian would be on Tiny, Faker would be playing Invoker, DAAD would be on Muerta. South team would be playing Hermit on Brewmaster, and we'll just look at the rest of it when the match starts. Clockwork has only played 120 games on this profile. Interesting. And level 30, well, Grandmaster Ember Spirit. That would be fun. So the best part of watching Pro Dota is that you get to watch all these Grandmasters playing at their peak. Just looks so cool. Right. So on the Radiant side, on the Dire side, basically Hermit would be on Brewmaster, Sheol would be on Ember Spirit, Masha would be on Tusk, Argus would be on Terrorblade, and Austin would be on Dazzle. Right, so that concludes the draft. In fact, we see a smoke by lava into the Dire jungle area. They might be able to find Terrorblade lurking around in the area, but he's being very careful with his positioning and not showing himself anywhere on the map currently, at least for the lava side.
30 seconds to battle.
Right, so we are not going to see any first blood action pre bounty rune spawning, so it's going to be Muerta in area and that. It's going to be a support Muerta, by the way, people, and it's going to be there are no heroes showing up in the bottom area of the map currently. It is going to be an off-lane Tiny. Let's see when Muerta wants to TP down back into the bottom lane. In fact, has already joined there. So it is going to be a position 1 Muerta, paid along with Clockwork, going against Brewmaster and Tusk, 2 melee heroes against 1 melee and 1 range. The melee hero being Clockwork, that could be really annoying for South team, but they have a Tusk and they have a Brewmaster, so in case at any given point in time they are able to catch the Muerta and Ishards, could be in a little bit of trouble if it gets to that point. Right. So no first blood as yet in the match, just a couple of last hits going on, and the time we will see Invoker going up against Ember Spirit in the mid lane, and in the top lane it's going to be off lane Tiny paired up with Grimstroke going against Terrorblade, and in fact, the suspected happened, wherein they were able to trap Muerta and able to get a kill on her. Tinker, our Clockwork tried his best in order to get a return kill. Both of the heroes are a little low on HP, but should be doing okay though. They should not be in any sort of trouble whatsoever. In fact, if the Clockwork has to be really careful with his positioning, he really cannot afford to leave Moeta alone in the lane, which could be a little troublesome. Just missing a last hit there, kind of annoying, but yeah, missing a last hit always is a big deal. In fact, was a very nice skill shot coming out from Moeta, able to put fear into Brewmaster and able to get a return kill on him. So that kill going in the favor of Murta really helps her out in the laning phase. Top lane has been a complete farm fest as of now. Terrorblade just going ahead and leaving this illusions to go ahead and annoy Grimstroke so he does not step closer to the lane is one way of playing Dota, so that you don't have any competition or any kind of fight for last hits whatsoever. Right. Tiny having a pretty nice time himself because there is no aggression from Lava. Let's see when TB actually wants to use his Metamorphosis, since it is going to be off cooldown now, in order to maybe usage of Poison Touch along with Metamorphosis activated. Tiny or a Grimstroke could be pretty deceptible in the lane. Okay. Another move on to Muerta, wherein they were able to successfully get the kill one more time. Um, and well, he could be in a lot of trouble because he did go ahead and get Brewmaster uh, along with himself. In fact, Tusk might, no, he did use his Fairy Fire, so should be able to survive with 10 HP. And Muerta, whoa, it just missed, bro. That was a nice dead shot coming out from Muerta, but just did not have the legs in order to reach the Tusk. In the meantime, we see off lane Tiny going down as well, somewhere in the middle. No, someone did die. Who did die? Who died there? It was a Grimstroke who died earlier, most probably. It was Poison Touch in combination of Metamorphosis. So yeah, Metamorphosis was activated in order to get that kill. So we did suspect that could happen, and while we were watching all the action down bottom, Metamorphosis and Poison Touch was committed in order to kill on Grimstroke.
Dire structures are fortified.
In terms of mid lane, it's pretty okay. It's like both the heroes have got the farm they need. 20 last hits on Ember, 24 on Invoker, so nothing much differentiating the two mid laners. Invoker, I would say, is putting out a little bit more damage onto Ember, and while we were talking about the mid lane, there is a Grimstroke who was able to make the movement, and they were able to snag the kill onto the Ember. Ember would be level 5 now in compared to level 6 on the Invoker. How far is he from his level 6? He's quite a distance away from his level 6, so will take in some time in order to catch up. Should be able to do so, but so far South team are really progressing well in this match. They have a slight 1000 net worth advantage, but couple of their heroes are doing pretty well for themselves in terms of Invoker. We can, well, to be safe, we can also say that Brewmaster is doing pretty well for himself as well. And well, Tusk is just going to kind of pull a camp. Clock is able to intervene. He would be able to snag the invisibility rune for himself. And that is not going into the hands of Invoker is something Ember would be very happy about in case if it's not coming to him. He's really being careful on Tusk approaching the mid lane because experience is one thing I think Ember desperately needs at the moment, so that he can play a little bit more freely on the map, honestly. A level 6 on Ember is extremely crucial. Now, as he has it, should be able to make movements and would be well, a lot harder to kill now since he should have remnants up all the time. Okay. He does have his boots completed along with the Fairy Fire and Blightstone. They are making a move on to the Grimstroke, who is just going to forfeit his Wisdom Rune. I think he should have tried for it, dude. In fact, we are looking at Terrorblade being gone upon from Lava, as they were able to catch him in the cogs and dispose off of him. Was still level 5, so did not have the option of Metamorphosis available. Um, Ember has stepped in order to see if he can get any return kills. In fact, could be in a lot of hurt himself, since there is a big old Grimstroke silence coming out and Tiny throwing him around. In fact, we will see that Dazzle himself would go down eventually for trying to attempt, trying to save his Tiny. So, Dota is one place where, good deeds don't always pay off. Tusk, in the meantime, is happily farming against Muerta. A little low on HP, does have Tango running, so should be pretty okay. After 10 to 15 seconds, should be able to show herself in the lane and get some experience. But again, the net worth chart has kind of tilted towards Lava at the moment, which is actually great to see. We are about 8 minutes into the game. There has been movement made by Lava onto the Dazzle. I think it's pretty safe to say that they should be able to get a kill. So the involvement of Grimstroke with the throwing out Inkswell with his wife is the Inkswell ghost which goes out, I guess. So yeah, that's the lore. Anyways, so Inkswell, no, Phantom's Embrace, in fact. In the meantime, they were again able to kill off the Muerta. They did get a return kill on the Tusk in the favor of Clockwork this time. Invoker has made his way through to the bottom lane, and they would be making an attempt. Since Brew does not have the split available anymore, since it was just used to get the kill onto the Muerta, would end up paying with his life. I think more than a Muerta's life, it is more important that they get a kill on this Brewmaster and slow down his radiance, because the aggression he can bring to the table could be really deadly for Lava side. They understand that threat. Invoker made the right move, and they were able to get a kill onto that offlaner, which delays his radiance by a little bit, but a little bit makes a lot of difference in terms of Dota. Terrorblade has been kind of left alone for the moment. In the meantime, we will see Ember in a little bit of trouble. In fact, it's going to be Dazzle who is going to be the first to fall in the engagement. Invoker is still on the area. There is a successful hook shot onto the Brewmaster. Let's see if he eventually lives. Does not have split available for another 50 seconds, so would eventually end up giving his life away. It is Tusk who is going to be in a lot of trouble. Ember is just going to be a spectator there, throw out a couple of spells, and then hightail it away from that area, because Lava team is in no mood of slowing down at the moment. They are 12. They have 12 kills in comparison to 5 kills on South team, so they are definitely leading on the map at the moment with 3,000 net worth advantage, and we are just about 10 minutes into the game. So yeah, that's a lot of gold to be had, or you can say one additional small item in the favor of Lava team. Pretty well, actually. That's not bad at all. Right, and Tusk might end up a successful hook shot one more time coming out of the Tusk, trapping him, and then he eventually able to finish off the kill by Invoker. Ember does not. I think he's going to jump for Grimstroke. No, he would not be able to get the connection because Grimstroke is a little bit far, and they have no further spells to stop the Ember Spirit from doing what he wants in the mid lane currently. Invoker will throw out a couple of spells trying to clear off the creep wave before the catapult gets into the range of the tower, avoiding any damage coming towards it. Muerta has completely abandoned the bottom lane, has made a move onto the top lane. wherein they are also trying to bring down the tier 1 tower, since there were so many heroes in the mid lane trying to protect their tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Um, Goal lead eventually increasing for Lava. They are 4,000 ahead of South team currently, but let's see what the future holds. Because it's Invoker, he's not letting his tier 1 tower go down that easy, and is keeping the creeps away by using all of his spells. In return, Muerta could be in. No, they don't want to make a move for it. They are suspecting that too many TPs. They're too close to the tier 1 tower, and a lot of TPs can actually make them pay for it. In fact, it's just the stacks which they would be getting for their efforts. But Muerta does not really want to let the stacks go, is able to get kills on majority of the big creeps. Ember Spirit, being all elusive, is able to just run around and be a menace on the map for Lava. But I don't think they'll be very sad about it. They did lose a couple of creeps in the process, but that's completely okay. Invoker, in fact, does have his Spirit Vessel completed. Dazzle could be in a lot of trouble. Does he have a Shallow Grave level? He did have a Shallow Grave level, but again, Invoker with his EMP was able to burn out all mana on Dazzle before he could get a kill on him. So a nice movement by Invoker, getting a solo kill onto Dazzle, who is technically right at the bottom of the net worth chart. In fact, as we have not seen a Terrorblade, yes, there is a Terrorblade in this game as well, people. He is just hiding in the jungle currently. Is at the top of net worth charts as expected. Invoker is not going to be in a lot of trouble. There are 3 heroes from Team South in the area, and a smoke coming out from 3 heroes. Let's see who Team South are able to find. Clockwork is in the area, who is kind of protecting. Well, in fact, there's a hook shot before even the Radiant team, the Dire team makes a move, and Ember Spirit is dead even before the engagement starts. In return, Clockwork, Grimstroke is dead, but they have lost. The Tusk as well. Muerta could be in a little bit of trouble. There is a Terrorblade chasing after her. Shallow Grave successfully used onto the Terrorblade. He did. You go ahead and use his Sunder up on Dazzle. Now see if they have any lockdown available for the Terrorblade. In fact, they have a lot of lockdown available for Terrorblade, who is not able to move an inch, and eventually going down in the hands of Tiny. Brewmaster is the sole team member left alive for Team South. He is who is about to die very, very soon. And now we have Invoker, who is unstoppable. 15 minutes into the game. In fact, Tusk has come in trying to get a kill onto the Clockwork, but is very far away in order to get a kill. Not many heavy cooldowns on the side of Lava, so Team South has to be really careful as to how they approach their ancient area, because Team South Lava can just jump in and finish off one of their heroes in a blink of an eye, even before Dazzle has any time to react. Whew. Okay, so a 6,000 net worth advantage for Lava, and we are 15 minutes into the game. Let's look at the items which have been farmed in the first 15 minutes. Do we have a kill? We might. Yes, we do have a kill on Ember Spirit. So Team South definitely losing their footing in this mid game, wherein they did have an excellent start, but after this Invoker came online, dude, it's like the complexion of the game has completely flipped now. Tier 1 tower about to go down in favor of Lava. I don't think there's any defense coming up from Team South. Most of the skills on Terrorblade are on cooldown currently. Ember does not have any long cooldowns, but they do have split available in case if they want to use it. But I don't think Lava are going to commit to an extent wherein they are fighting, a full-on fight with South team currently, and they're pretty happy with what is happening on the map, since Muerta, who has been ignored for the longest of periods, is top of the net worth chart now. For some reason, Muerta is always low HP, Um, but she's getting the job done. She's getting the farm up. A salve being used in order to restore a little bit of HP, along with the wisdom rune. Is Murta saving it for someone? I'm not exactly sure what Murta is waiting for. Yep, eventually it does pick up. The wisdom rune is level 12. Does have level 2 ultimate. Pairs the veil available for her disposal. Items of choice are Maelstrom and Dragon Lance currently. Would be moving into Gleipnir and then BKB. Right. So net worth, the growth, the gold is gradually increasing for Lava, just because they have more control of the map. That's you know, that's the most basics of the reason, I guess. All right. Um, Well, it's like, yeah, the game has slowed down a little bit for now, just because the Farm Fest has started. Now, it would be the question of all the cores getting their BKBs completed. Um, for some BKB, not so much, but the Radiance is. We are 18 minutes into the game, and Brewmaster still does not have Radiance. So that speaks volumes about the way Team Lava have played. Given the start Brewmaster had, he has been completely brought to his knees, dude. Really, he has been, he has been made to suffer a lot after the initial phases.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Right. Um, it is the Radiant team who have kind of occupied
Dyer's
the
bottom tower is under attack.
dire ancient area at the moment, but they are eventually going to go ahead and fall back, since they would be, falling a little low on resources and manpower, and don't want to be stagnant at one place for a very long period of time. But Team South doing an excellent job in avoiding the pressure coming out from Lava currently.
Tower is under attack.
Right. So Tiny making a move onto the test, should not be living for a long time, but Dazzle is there. Oh, in fact, it was Brewmaster who was being gone upon. They are not able to get a kill. In fact, in return, the Clockwork would be losing his life in their favor. So a nice shallow grave coming out from Dazzle, saving the life of Brewmaster, and in return they are able to get one additional kill onto the Tiny as well. In fact, Invoker has made his way to the party at the moment, but I don't think they have enough damage in follow up to finish off any of the heroes from Team South. So they are all able to walk away, but they do get two good kills onto one support and one off lane of Lava. Right. Well, Cogs coming out onto the Terrorblade, a lot of spells onto him as well, but is able to use his Sunder onto the Clockwork, who is still not dead. In fact, it is the Tusk who is going to fall first in the engagement altogether. Successful chains coming onto Murta, but it seems to be no trouble whatsoever. I think yeah, Tusk would trade this life, 7 days a week for his Terrorblade if it means to have him die to save him. 21-minute Wisdom Rune are right around the corner, and most probably it's going to be Muerta who gets a grab of it. They are not going to attempt.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Why are they? Okay. They suspect a bit of movement. I seriously think they should have waited for the Wisdom Rune, but I don't think they had that in mind. Maybe it's the greedy part of me which is talking. A Wisdom Rune just sounds so juicy if you just consider 10 to 15 additional seconds. Well, they must have thought of something better. In fact, what they're able to get with that is an Aegis of Immortal on Muerta. So this would be a time wherein they would be focusing on a lot of tier 2 towers, a lot of objective clearing on the map, which helps a lot, and having two lives on Muerta. I think South team would be, thinking twice before getting into any engagement uh, with the Radiant side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. The Dire have fortified their grove.
Perfect. So Muerta assaulting the tier 2 tower now. Does have the license to do it, does have Aegis of Immortal, the second life. A pretty valuable thing, to be honest.
Foresee the Radiant's top.
Just makes a look apart on the map.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. It will be a ruin.
Right, so one tier 2 tower down. There are a couple of more tier 2 towers standing in the middle of their way, on the way to glory and taking us to game number 3. But that's something we still have to watch, because I think Terrorblade does have the goods to carry this game for his team. He is not doing too bad in terms of farm, is very close to where Muerta is, just about 1,000 gold differentiating the two heroes. So in totality there is a 6,000 net worth advantage for Lava, but that advantage is basically on their cores on Tiny and Invoker. But Ember and Brew can catch up. They just need one good fight to get back right into the game. Brewmaster with his Radiance completed is going for Shard next, and on Ember Spirit. Just a second here. What does Ember have? Right, Ember has a Mage Slayer, which is going. Okay, Invoker does have eyes on Ember Spirit. Let's see if he really wants to commit towards the kill. There is a Wisdom Rune which is nearby. He waited for the longest of moment. In fact, he waited for his Tiny to come around. The Wisdom Rune was still around at 24-minute mark. I don't think the Ember was kind of interested in checking there. In fact, yeah, he should have, right? In hindsight, they are also going to get a kill on Dazzle. Not the biggest of deals, but the Ember dying is definitely the bigger deal there out of the two kills. For Lava, it is a goal lead which is gradually increasing, has increased to 7,000. In the meantime, Invoker is just being everywhere on the map, dude. He just got a kill on Brewmaster, which on a hero which on whom I have high hopes for Team South to make a comeback, but not good signs for them. At least they have Terrorblade still farming, so that's one positive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Right, so another tier 2 tower down. We have no tier 2 towers left for Team South. It's going to be, and how much time do we have left on Aegis of Immortal? It's what, a minute and 44 seconds. So I don't think the tier 2 tower or a high ground would be attempted with this Aegis of Immortal at least. There could be a skirmish happening. Team South would want to defend their tier 3 towers with their complete might, I would say. Tiny has been prepped up to go in and jump and get a kill onto a hero. He was able to successfully catch Ember Spirit with all the disables coming out and all the lockdown. They are able to get a kill onto the Ember Spirit. So this technically makes it 6 versus 4 currently, with the Aegis of Immortal being into play for another 1 minute. So this could be a potential for high ground, though. I seriously feel this could be a potential for high ground if it happens. In fact, it is the entirety of the Radiant team who are going to kind of assault the tier 3 tower. No, they've just left the Muerta to do it. Muerta does it by herself, does not require any of her other teammates in order to clear out the tower. In fact, the ranged racks and the melee racks are going to be the next towers to fall in favor of Lava. By the looks of it, Terrorblade still does not want to engage in any sort of fight. In terms of farm, he has a Falcon Blade and a Manta Style is queuing up his BKB, which would be completed in what, another 1,000 gold. All right. So yeah, he needs about just 500 gold in order to finish off his blacking bar. Tiny, being dispelled at the moment, is able to walk away after the usage of Forced Off coming out from well, Tiny himself has a Forced. Now somebody had to use Forced Off. Cogs connecting onto a creep, which is making him survive a little longer. Does he have a TP? Yes, he does have a TP, but he does not get an opportunity to use it, and eventually gives his life away. Um, Good for South team, but Lava team, I don't think they would care too much about this. They can really afford to do it in the process of being aggressive on the map. But something of this magnitude should not happen, which is Tiny getting a kill onto the Terror Blade. And yes, we have lag, people. Yes, there is definitely lag or a disconnect. Let me see what's happening here. Are we still connected? Let's try this again. Ooh, there's an update. Yeah, I have had this happen a couple of times on the stream now. So Dota really wants to interrupt with us watching Dota, people. Right? Is it done? No, it's updating now. Not that big of an update actually. Just about 500 MB. Come on, validation, happen faster. Perfecto. We are right back in it, people. The update has been completed successfully. I'll read what the update was about later. But getting right back into the game, we see that Lava has really advanced on the map. Well, they did clear out the top tier 3 racks. Well, top racks before we had disconnected. Um, the mid tier 3 tower is about 90% HP down, but there is still life left in the game. There is a 17,000 net worth advantage in favor of Team South currently, who are just kind of farming away at the moment. In terms of net worth, it was Terrorblade who was doing okay till 20-25 minutes in the game, but then a couple of frequent kills on him has really hampered his growth, and is kind of sitting around in the 15,000 net worth area currently. Right, Roshan being attempted now, and we face another lag, and the game has kind of got stuck. Yeah, it crashes. Dude, what are the updates about anyways? Right on. Getting right back into it. No further updation required, I guess. But it has to really stop crashing now. Perfect. Thank you, Dora. Dang it. Alright, right back into it. And how did the match end? I think some team called J. Let's go ahead and check. It's still not updated yet. I have another way of finding out, maybe. Right, people. So what exactly has happened is um, Lava Lava was actually able to finish off the game, and the series is equaled out at 1-1 at the moment. So yeah, the good news is that we are going to go towards game number 3, which would be happening now. So that's going to be really fun. So I'll be back with game number 3, people. Stay tuned in, and we'll be seeing game number 3 together. Be right back with game number 3, guys.
10 seconds Radiant team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Spirit breaker. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team ban. Tide. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Pick. Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Dire team pick. Radiant team.
Templar Assassin.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
Hello. Thanks for the follow, JK. Anyways, my name is Nick. We are heading right into Game 3 in the Best of 3 series. in between Lava Esports and South Team. Very interesting series so far. We are at the final game now. It is the third match in a best of 3 series, so it did go the entire way as I was hoping for. And moving right into the draft. Let's see what we have. For Lava Esports, we have Tiny, Grim, Vienno, and Brewmaster. And South Team have decided to go with Spirit Breaker, Ogre Magi, Templar Assassin, and Gyro. I'm a big Gyro fan. Really excited to see him play in this match. And let's see who the final picks are going to be. Just before that, we have a couple of bans from Lava and one from South Team.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left. Radiant team banned.
Alright, so Morphling is banned in the last phases of it. Underlord and Dazzle. I guess Dazzle is pretty much for Templar Assassin not to be facing Dazzle, I guess.
You have 10 seconds left. You have 5 seconds left.
What would they want to ban out though? I'm pretty sure Lava Esports are looking for their carry. So it's a carry who would be banned by South Team. Chaos Knight is still in the pool somehow. I see Chaos Knight still available. Not sure how good he is against Gyro with all the AoE damage. Who else can look good here? Lifestealer is banned out. It's a troll. Okay, I completely missed that. And South Team have gone with Beastmaster as their off laner. So what the draft looks like for South Team is Gyro Beast, Gyro position 1 of course. Then we have Templar on position 2, Beast position 3, and Ogre, Magi, and Spirit Breaker as supports. And for Lava Esports we see Clinks. Clinks is going to be on support though. So we have Faker on Tiny mid lane, Pamplona on Grimstrike support, Barbecue, Venomancer. This would be the off lane. Wait, I'm missing something here. So who's the carry? Pretty interesting from Lava. And for South Team it's pretty much standard, but Lava Esports have got me confused here for some reason. Alright, so we will certainly get to know as soon as the match starts, I suppose. But the interesting matchup is going to be in the mid lane, I suppose, between Tiny and Templar Assassin. I think Templar Assassin definitely has an upper hand on Tiny with all the Psyblade damage coming onto him. But Tiny is not a muck himself, but the refractions could prove a little bit tricky for him. Brewmaster was, well, is the one to look out for apparently in the match. Right, moving it right into game number 3, people. Again, this is the final match of the day in the best of 3 series as well. So this is the last match, and it's going to be a really fun one. Both the drafts look very interesting. More specifically from Lava. In starting items, it's just a huge chunk of tangos we see. Well, a huge chunk of iron branches we see, and tangos. So that's pretty much it. Smoke, not sure. We actually might see action happening in the top part, in the top dire jungle, wherein Gyrocopter is the first hero to be located, who is actually being assaulted upon at the moment. Alright, so eventually we are able to get a first blood on Gyrocopter. And good start for Lava Sports actually. So the prediction of Lava winning is certainly coming true. Uh, okay, moving on. So it's only the first blood which has been taken in favor of Lava. That's out of the way. And in terms of bounty drones, we are still to see who gets how many. Right, so it is going to be 2 runes, 1, 2, and yeah, it's going to be 2 each for both of the teams. Going to be pretty happy with the proceeding. Gyrocopter might actually die. No, you're going to use his TP scroll just to TP out to his lane or to his tower, but has taken a lot of damage in that regard. Right, so does end up using his magic wand in order to gain the maximum amount of HP he can. Does have a tango for his disposal, as shared by Ogre Magi. So should be able to step back at the lane. Would only miss about 1 last hit. So he should be pretty okay there. Not feeling too bad about it. He does not have a TP scroll though, which went under TP. So losing out 100 gold sucks, right?
Radiant's courier has been slain. Such an outrage.
Alright, so it is going to be safe lane Clinks, wherein Spirit Breaker just has to TP out. And in fact, he's not going to TP out, he's going to go ahead and TP to the top lane. Not exactly sure what the movement was supposed to be there, but he did TP towards his top lane. Does he have a charge available? No, he's just going to use the Twin Gate in order to get back onto the map. Does not have charge available as yet, has leveled up Greater Bash, so has no easy way back to the lane, of course. In terms of mid lane, we are looking at Tiny and Templar Assassin 2Ts fighting a nice battle out. Templar Assassin should win the battle, but Tiny is winning it at the moment with 8 last hits. So, but it's going to be both the heroes kind of getting their farm up, and finishing off a kill might be a little difficult unless we see some rotation from the supports, which is definitely a possibility. Both teams have supports who are kind of, can get aggressive on the map in the early stages. Spirit Breaker has his level 2, so they will have a charge available at any given point they want to use it. The Venomous Gale actually misses onto both of the heroes, and it is the Beastmaster who is able to finish off the Venomancer with his wild axes. Right, good move coming out from South team in order to get themselves on the board as well. So it is 1-1 for both of the teams currently. Ogre Magi just being aggressive on the mat, does have a Gyrocopter who has 1 point in Rocket Barrage and 1 point in Flak Cannon. So this is the way Gyrocopter can actually shine, and he can dish a lot of damage onto Grimstroke and the Beastmaster. So I think this win can easily be won by Gyrocopter if he plays it correctly, because he would definitely win the damage battle, right? There is a boo bit odd to the Beastmaster, who is able to sustain through a lot of it. In fact, instead of running, they turn on to the Venomancer. In fact, Clinks is the hero who's taking a lot of damage. in the process. Has to be really careful how he plays this lane, because any charge coming out from Beastmaster, I'm sorry, from Streetbreaker, who has already used a healing salve, can be just around the corner as soon as he steps a little bit forward in the lane. Okay, so Brewmaster is kind of falling off at the moment if we just compare with Gyro, who has 16 last hits, in comparison to Brewmaster, who's at 10. Yeah, the lane has already started to go bad with him, even with the kind of start that Gyro had, taking a lot of damage in the lane just before the match started. So yeah, he's doing pretty well in this lane. I thought he should be winning this matchup, and he is with the kind of skill build he's going for. Mid lane is still pretty much farm centric. Nothing much dividing the two heroes. 25 last hits on Templar Assassin and 22 on Tiny. Right. So we might see Beastmaster actually not being scared. He has his whirling axe as well, 2 points in it, doing a lot of damage. In fact, it is going to be the Venomancer who wanted to be aggressive on this beast, but this beast is a different of a different league altogether. Dude, as soon as they try and go on him, he's just manning up and beating the shit out of them with his wild axes. So nice heads up play. Is able to harass, put out a lot of harassment onto the Clinks. In fact, Twin Gate was utilized by Ogre Magi. He was able to step in. They are able to get a kill on Clinks. Beastmaster could be in a lot of trouble. Is actually dead now. Now let's see if they have enough damage. Tiny has already made his way to the bottom lane, who is able to successfully get stop the TP. From Ogre Magi, and they would be able to get the secondary kill as well. So 2 good kills coming out from them, but the bad news is that they had to lose their Clinks in that process.
Structures are fortified. The stream tells of tactics.
Okay, so we actually did miss a kill on the Gyrocopter because there was a rotation from the Tiny right towards the top, and they were able to snag that kill. So yeah, that completely surprised me. I didn't think they would be able to make that move there, but they certainly did. Getting a nice juicy kill on Gyro, who was kind of doing pretty well for himself in the lane, but is back now. Kills happen. This is Dota. Heroes are supposed to die. Without that, the game does not end. Are they playing hide and seek? Yes, they are. They were kind of playing hide and seek right there. Who did the 6-minute rune go to? It went into the hands of Templar Assassin, who does have a shield rune. Did have a shield rune in the bottle. Has utilized it now. Grimstroke could be in a lot of trouble. One hit, 90% HP down for the Grimstroke, wherein Templar Assassin doing jack ton of damage. Is under the tower vision now, taking a little bit of damage from the tower. They will have refractions available in 3, 2, 1. Refractions are up. Should be able to survive the assault coming out from Brewmaster, who is still level 4, by the way. Not good news for Lava in that regard, at least, wherein they had to rotate their offlaner as well, who is already kind of suffering. In fact, his suffering is going to continue further. Couple of TPs coming out from Lava as well. They want to protect their Brewmaster. They do end up losing him in the process, but they're able to get a kill onto the Templar Assassin and Ogre Magi, along with the Spirit Breakers as a complementary kill. South team will have an idea that there is a big stack, but I don't think Lava is going to give the opportunity to South team in order to take this away from them. Klinks will get a little bit of gold in his pocket in that regard. He is on top of all the net worth heroes currently. Doing pretty well for himself. The first item of choice is going to be Dragon Lance. And let's see where the Beastmaster is standing in terms of his itemization. As we have seen in the recent times, Aghanim Scepter is the first choice of item for most Beastmasters. Right. We have a movement in the mid lane where Templar Assassin could be in a lot of trouble. Lot of slows haunting her, but they don't have enough damage in order to finish up the kill. Gyrocopter is kind of being careful how he's approaching the Tiny, but eventually they are able to get on a kill onto the mid lane now. So this basically equals out the initial 8 minutes of the game completely. There is no net worth advantage in any team's favor as such. So yeah, a job well done by both the teams by just keeping this match equal, not letting the other team get out of control. Um, Gyro has completed his Falcon Blade, is going to go for Crystallis as his first choice of item. Then I'm pretty sure it would be into Aghanim Scepter, and then whatever he chooses, BKB or Satanic, that would be his choice. Other than that, Templar Assassin is not going for a Blink Dagger or a Desolator, going for a Dragon Lance first. I think that's an item you will require against a Gyro just because of the range advantage he will have over Templar Assassin, which can be a handful sometimes.
Tower is under attack.
Sometimes.
For its life.
Right. So back to farming mode. Brew will have his split available, so would be feeling pretty comfortable sitting in the lane and farming it up at the moment. And I don't think any of South team heroes are going to make an attempt onto the Brewmaster unless he is too deep into the lane, which he is currently. But again, they're choosing to ignore him altogether because he would be, in case if there's an attempt made and he's not brought down from 100 to 0, he would be able to use his split and just walk away from the engagement. Right. It is the haste rune which was snagged by Spirit Breaker, who's able to charge on the Venomancer, use the bash on her as well. So could be in a lot of trouble, a lot of damage coming out from Gyrocopter, who has decided to join the fight. Venomancer doing a decent chunk of damage before dying, wherein was able to get a successful kill onto the Spirit Breaker. Most of the heroes on South team are very low currently. In fact, that's the same saying about the Lava team. Now let's see if they are. Yes, they are able to get a kill onto the Ogre Magi in the process. Beastmaster dies to Klinks, who did make the rotation out from the top lane towards the bottom lane and get a successful kill. So all in all, we have to say that the fight was won by Lava team. Spirit Breaker just charging the creeps for the moment, so nothing very significant there. But looking at the fight, it is going to be definitely Lava who's going to be more happier with the results, getting a lot of gold and experience for their efforts. And along, if you want to add to the, to their trophies, they did get a tier 1 tower as well, which is again a very important tower in a game of Dota. Okay, so Brewmaster, as usual, would be going for his Radiance as his first choice. Still a little bit far away from it, maybe a couple of more minutes or 3 more minutes he would need in order to finish off the item. In fact, in the meantime, Spirit Breaker is a hero who is, can we call that feeding? Maybe. Right. So who was attempting to clear out the creep wave, if you want to say it in a better way, but eventually that would be called feeding. They have used their glyph as well to dish out as much as damage they can on this tier 1 tower, which let's say no, it should not be going down. It will survive with a little bit of HP, and it is in deny range. It is up to Team South to decide if they want to deny it or not. Gyro with his power treads and Falcon Blade is a pretty happy chap in the jungle. Usually Gyrocopters are pretty happy when they're in the jungle. Right, so on Templar Assassin, we are looking at Dragon Lance is completed. Next item of choice is going to be Blink Dagger, not a Desolator. So that's good to see. When she would definitely be able to get more aggressive on the map and kind of, assassinate a couple of heroes. There is a charge onto the Grimstroke, who is most probably dead. In fact, yeah, Grimstroke anyways dies, but he might actually be able to help bring down a couple of heroes from Team South. Poison. Oh, it's a deny from the Templar Assassin onto the Ogre Magi. So Venomancer will feel very sad about it. Yeah, that kill was definitely going in the favor of Venomancer in case if Templar Assassin would not have intervened and just denied it from the face of Veno. Just, yeah, sucks, right? Being a support, you try so hard, but again, if the carries make it more difficult, yeah, not a very good sign. Okay, so DAAD, which is Dad, I think, yeah, is progressing towards his phylactery is completed. The next item of choice is going to be what Orchid, and then he would be moving on to his Dragon Lance, apparently. Right. I definitely think Team Lava are in a much better headspace or in a much better position than what it seems on the map currently, because they are playing on the front foot. How far is our Brewmaster from his Radiance? He is about what 750 gold away till a full-time aggression or a full-time assault can be launched by Team Lava onto Team South, because that is one item most probably they are just waiting for. And probably, well, Blink has Tiny has a blink within uh, what it says double damage. Is it amplify damage? Yeah, a lot of different names on it. When it spawns, it's amplify damage, but once it's bottled, it becomes a double damage. So that thing needs to be still clarified in Dota, what exactly the name of the item is. Alright, Gyrocopter is definitely getting the farm he wants currently. In terms of net worth, he is right down there with the Beastmaster, and it is, other than the Templar Assassin, it is majority of the Radiant heroes who are kind of in the lead. Ogre Magi does know that there is a smoke gang which is going to come there to come to their jungle. So they are being very careful with their positioning currently. In fact, it's going to be the Spirit Breaker who is the first hero caught in the engagement. He was trying to. That was the slowest charge I have seen in my life, bro. That was the slowest charge. Whatever he was charging towards, it was just not going to work, because Tiny with the Blink Dagger was were able to interrupt and get a snag kill onto him. But it's rather a Spirit Breaker than being the Templar Assassin. So Spirit Breaker will take that any day of the week to sacrifice his life for his cause. Right. A little bit of movement on the top side of the map. There are 4 heroes from Lava side, and in fact, if we count Templar Assassin, who is nearby the vicinity, it is 5 heroes who are attempting a kill onto the Brewmaster, who eventually just goes ahead and pops. In fact, his rulings are dying like crazy. He has to be really careful with the positioning, but Gyrocopter, with the initial damage he was able to dish out, they are able to get a kill onto Klings and as well as the Grimstroke. Tiny is, however, still left to play, but Templar Assassin making her way to the fight should makes a little much more difficult, but no, it's not. To be honest, they have too much damage, they have too much control, and too many slows with the Venomancer, and they're able to get a kill onto Ogre Magi as well. So all in all, it's a 3,000 lead for Lava. They did lose their position 1 Clinks, which sucks, but the rest of the team getting so much gold out of it is really appreciated by Team Lava, I guess. They gained double the gold in comparison to Team South, and experience-wise as well, it's just double. Right, so 4,000 net worth advantage in terms of for Lava, but it just still feels equal. It totally depends. Gyrocopter will have his BKB in the near future. In fact, his BKB is going to be kind of well, sped with that kill onto the Brewmaster. Right, is it going to be Roshan who's going to be attempted? Beastmaster with his Aghanim Scepter. There is no Deso, but there is a Blightstone on the Templar Assassin. So No, in fact, it is Tiny who actually starts the fight with killing off the Templar assassin. So I don't think Team South have enough damage in order to. Well, they did have a Spirit Breaker coming in. He would be able to get a kill on Klinks. He is actually dusted up currently, so has to be really careful with his positioning. In the meantime, there are 2 heroes dead from Team South, 3 heroes dead from Team South, and it is the Spirit Breaker and Gyro who would be able to TP away. Well, Gyro barely TPing away back to his base, and this is definitely a fight gone wrong for Lava because they did get the mid Tiny, but in hindsight, the Klinks got a lot of gold for it. So once again, I can see Lava is just gaining twice the experience and gold what Team South is gaining from these engagements. So, and that has happened a couple of times already. So.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Right, a silence coming out on to poor Roshan, who should not be long for this world. And it is going to definitely go into the hands of Klinks because it's Spirit Breaker who is majorly targeting just the Klinks in these engagements and trying to get him down as the first choice target. Alright, so we do have tier 2 items which have come out now. Um, we have Specialist Array on Klinks and tier 2 Grove Bow on Templar Assassin. We have Grossomer Cape on Beastmaster. Oh, there is an attempt by the Klinks onto Ogre Magi. Unfortunately, does not have enough damage to finish up the kill, but with the Brewmaster presenting himself in the lane, it is time for Team South to kind of, retrieve back to their base. In fact, no, it is going to be Tiny who's going to spot out the Templar Assassin, a charge being committed by Spirit Breaker, but they don't have enough damage in order to kill off the Venomancer. In fact, it could be the Templar Assassin who could be in a lot of trouble. Grimstroke has also used his ultimate, wherein it's his Spirit Bound on the Spirit Breaker and the Templar Assassin, who has actually bought back into the game. Now with the Templar Assassin showing back up, Gyrocopter would be the next to fall in the engagement, but Lava are bleeding kills on their own. It is only the Brewmaster and Klinks who are alive, so technically it's 3 versus 3 at the moment, with a buyback committed by Templar Assassin, who is not able to achieve anything after buying back. So tier 2 tower would eventually go down in the favor of Lava, and they are able to get a ton done out of this Aegis. Wisdom Rune kind of missed by Lava. Good signs for team South team anyways.
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid.
Right, so what does Klinks do now would be the question. He does have his Orchid completed. Crystallis is going to be flying out on the courier. Maybe he's just going to put his magic wand in the backpack and replace that with Crystallis if he wants to do that, or we'll certainly know what he does with that item anyways. Templar Assassin is just so far behind the game currently, bro. She needs her Desolator and BKB to be any factor in the fights, because as soon as the Templar Assassin shows in, all the heroes from Lava are going to ascend or descend onto that hero very, very quickly. And Gyro is kind of feeling like paper currently before he gets some big items. His progress has been halted as well to an extent, wherein we see that Templar Assassin did go down to Klinks. Again, with his Orchid completed, this Klinks is a menace on the map, and you literally cannot step out anywhere unless you have a full vision of that area. Otherwise, it's a certain death. We don't have any dispels for the silence as yet on any of Team South heroes. So any hero who is caught by silence, Gyro does have a BKB now, but any of the other heroes, if they are caught by that silence from Klinks, yeah, that hero is probably dead, is what I would guess. Tier 3 tower being assaulted currently. They are doing good chunks of damage onto it. would be able to finish it off successfully. We are 23 minutes into the game, and we are seeing first set of racks going down in favor of Lava, where in the mid lane would be continuously pushing. They can move towards the bottom and get another set of racks. They do have about a minute left on Ages of Immortal. But let's see what they decide to do. In fact, Clink signals or feels the same thing, but their wave, creep wave is pushed too far out, so they will be hunting for Gyrocopter instead of pushing the lane in, because I don't think they have the opportunity to do so. In fact, it is Mr. Tormentor who is going to take brunt of the damage from Lava, and who does it go to? It goes to Barbecue on the Venomancer. If Venomancer Gale is dispelled in any way, the target will receive 300 damage and be stunned for 1.6 seconds. Woot! That's a good upgrade. I don't mind that upgrade whatsoever on a Venomancer. So in case if she's able to stun Gyrocopter with with the stun for 1.6 seconds, it actually makes a lot of difference. Wherein Gyro is not doing any damage whatsoever in the engagement, that will make a huge difference in the context, in the final context of it. Right on. So Klings for his next item. What is that? Let's look at the itemization, since we are a little bit in that farming phase of the game. Where in Lava most probably are waiting for Roshan number 2 before they make an attempt onto another tier 3 tower. In the meantime, they will be more happy in getting kills in the team's favor. Tiny did have Vision of Templar Assassin, but since both heroes have Blink, were able to blink away in opposite directions. Right, so no further tier 2 towers. Oh, right, it is Tiny who has actually walked up to the high ground and is assaulting it currently. Okay, Venomancer is just putting out some words. Basically, this is just a warning shots being thrown out by Lava. No real commitment as such. They just want all the heroes from Team South to be back in the base. But I think Gyro is too stubborn to do that. In fact, with that attempt, they would be able to get a kill onto the tier 3 tower. In fact, now Gyrocopter steps into the party, is quickly tossed by Tiny, who is himself taking a lot of damage with the Temporary. But the Gyrocopter flank cannon doing a lot. They have already finished off the Tiny and the Grimstroke, but let's see how much further they want to go ahead and fight. Templar Assassin with the Desolator doing a lot of damage onto. No, she's not doing enough damage on the Brewmaster. It's just too much sustain from him. He has too much armor. He has too much evasion chances. So does have a Manta for Dispel as well. So there is a very low chance that you're going to kill off this hero single-handedly as a Templar Assassin. There were no buybacks committed, so I think buyback status should be green for majority of the heroes if they have enough gold for it. Venomancer could be in a lot of trouble. In fact, Venomancer is going to pay for the sins for being in the jungle for too long. Klings, in the meantime, was standing right behind Spirit Breaker, who was wandering around in the area. At the end of it, it's a 1-for-1 kill in the favor of Klings. He would be, well, Lava is going to be very happy with that progression for sure. Okie dokie, so at this point, an 18,000 net worth advantage, and in terms of net worth, the top 3 heroes belong to the Radiant side, so definitely bad news for South team, and they will have to do something very special in order to get back into this game, because as it stands correctly, they might be just because Roshan is about to spawn, and once he spawns, Lava Esports are just going to go ahead and rush towards it, get it done, get the mega creeps in the bottom lane, and they wait for the GG call. But in case if Team South is able to defend that tier 3 tower and not let the megas go in the favor of lava, I think we actually might see a fight here. So far no fight, but again we might see a fight there. And a lot will depend on this gyrocopter as well. If does he have? He had his BKB. He has an Agnum Scepter. He is going up for Satanic next. I think the game changes for gyrocopter after he gets a Satanic, but not before that. Because he will dish out a lot of damage, but since he does not have any lifesteal and HP to work with, just melts like paper. But after he has his Satanic, the game completely changes for Gyro, is what I feel. But is Lava going to give him the opportunity to farm out his Radiance and be a significant difference? That's something which we are waiting to find out. Most probably we would be using the Twin Gate in order to get to the bottom side of the map, wherein we are expecting the fight to begin. So let's see what happens. So if Team South is able to maintain their composure and not succumb to the pressure which would be put on them definitely by Team Lava. Right, so we did have the 28-minute Wisdom Rune. One went to Templar Assassin and one went to Brewmaster. So 1-for-1 Wisdom Runes for both of these teams. Aegis of Immortal is in the hands of Klinks currently, who will have it available for another 4 minutes. So it's just waiting for Klinks to join his team. He was most probably trying to get the Amplified Damage Rune from the river, but unfortunately he ended up with an Illusion Rune. Nonetheless, he's still very strong. He still would be hitting like a truck. Being a skeleton he is, and the attempt onto the tier 3 tower has started from Lava. Tiny has jumped in, was able to get a toss onto Gyro, who is trying to survive the engagement, does have his Satanic completed, and is able to survive the assault coming out from Lava. Gyrocopter is the first hero dying in the Grimstroke is the first hero dying in the process. However, eventually Team South is running out of juice. Yeah, they definitely are going to be facing mega creeps, and I would say with the buyback status not being available on Templar Assassin for the next 45 seconds, Gyrocopter is alive, but not exactly sure how much he would be able to complete single-handedly. Right, so 24,000 net worth advantage. This was a game 3 in a best of 3 series between Lava and Team South, and GG calls have been made as we were expecting it to be called. So a great game, a little bit of life or a little bit of fight shown by Team South, but eventually Lava were too good in this game. That draft, the way they played in the draft, in the laning phase of it, how they came out on top, and then just keeping the pressure repeatedly on the Dire Heroes just meant too much. And eventually this best of 3 series goes in favor of Lava, who have won this 2-1, and it was a great series. Thank you so much for watching, people. Once again, I'm Nick, and I would appreciate if you could just go ahead and leave a like or subscribe to the channel. That would help, or follow it. And I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. And what are the series we have for tomorrow? Let's just go ahead and discuss that before the stream ends. Right, so the games which are going to be played tomorrow is going to be Infinity versus Apex, Infinity versus Kali, Randoms versus Fusion. So tomorrow these are the 3 series which would be which we would be watching. So hope to see you guys tomorrow. Do leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye, people. Thanks for watching.